Of Fox Sports.
We are Fox. We are Detroit.
Tigers baseball on Fox Sports Detroit is presented by Bell Tire.
It is what it is. You know, at this point we got no chance, but that doesn't mean that we're just gonna go out there and let everybody beat us.
Well, true to his word, Victor Martinez showed up last night, and he did so in a big way. 3 hits in the ball game, including the game-winning RBI. Victor Martinez and the Tigers back at it tonight. It is the third and final game of the series, featuring the Tigers and the Minnesota Twins. And, well, there's the scene right now at Target Field. Clouds overhead. The tarp is on the field. We expect to play baseball tonight. It's just a matter of when we get this one going. Again, everyone, welcome to Tigers Baseball. Mario and Peppa alongside Rod Allen. Glad to have you with us here for the series finale. Victor Martinez, well, you heard his words, Rod. He certainly is not giving up on the season. I think the Tigers, for the most part right now, are playing for pride.
You know, I've earned a lot more respect for Victor Martinez this season, going through what he's gone through with that injury to the left knee, which he hurt way back before spring training started. There are times this year where he probably shouldn't have played, but he wanted to be there for his teammates, and I'm sure the guys in that clubhouse, they've also earned a lot of appreciation for Victor.
All right, now it's a big night for Daniel Norris. He certainly wants to play this game tonight. He hadn't pitched in a while. The last time we saw Norris was in Chicago against the Cubs. That oblique injury popped up. Big night for him.
Well, it makes you wonder if him hitting in that ball game in Chicago had anything to do with the oblique injury. You could see that he was visibly uncomfortable. He threw one pitch, and he knew that something was wrong. The one thing about Daniel Norris is Jeff Jones told me just a couple of days after that he was okay. He felt no more pain in that right side. As a matter of fact, when he would sneeze a couple of days after that, he was good to go. So he's one of those guys that heals very quickly. Let's hope when he does go out there tonight, he does not try to do too much. And the Tigers, they desperately needed him to go out there again before the season was over, so they would know going into the offseason what his health status was.
All right, now his mountain opponent tonight is Ervin Santana. He's had a really good career. They signed him this year to be a big-time ace on their staff. Now, he's kind of had an up-and-down season, but when you look at some specifics here at home, he hadn't done all that well. The Tigers got to him here at Target Field.
Well, he missed the first 90 games of the year because of a PED suspension. He made his first start against the Kansas City Royals. He was very good against them, but then he ran into the Tigers right here on July 10th, and they hit 3 home runs against him, and they tacked 6 earned runs against him. Anthony Ghost has just been sizzling hot all season against the Minnesota Twins. He got it going. J.D. Martinez, of course, played long ball. Victor Martinez also played long ball, and they really beat up on Santana. They tell us that he is pitching much better, although his numbers here are not very good. You talked about the 6.75 earned run average in 4 home starts, but in his last 3 starts, he's pitched much better, piling up tons of strikeouts with that really good slider that he has. So the Tigers hitters, they really need to be aware of that fact, and they really need to look for that slider today and make sure they get that pitch up.
All right, now both teams obviously want to play this game, but more so the Minnesota Twins. They are in the thick of the wild card race, and as we look at the numbers in the wild card, Minnesota is right there. They need to get this game in tonight.
You know, it's kind of a shocker, but that's where they are. And, of course, the Tigers do not come back here again, so they're going to play this game tonight no matter how long we have to wait. Minnesota's trying to get in. They're chasing down the Houston Astros because the Texas Rangers have overtaken them for first place in the American League West. But give Minnesota a lot of credit. I mean, because no one, even us at the beginning of the year when we were talking about them after they started to get hot, would they sustain it? I don't think anybody in baseball thought they would. Paul Molitor has them in a real good situation, playing some meaningful games here in the month of September.
All right, we hope to get this one underway tonight. They are projecting possibly 8 o'clock local time here for Game 3 in the series, so hopefully we'll be able to get this one rolling from Target Field. After a short break, we'll send you back to the Call Sam Studios, check in with Johnny Kane and Craig Monroe. Tigers and Twins coming up soon, we hope. Target Field. The rain has moved through, and that's the good news. And this one will start about an hour late, but that's okay. We'll get this one rolling tonight. It's the final game in this series between these two ball clubs. And here is the starting lineup for the Detroit Tigers tonight, presented by the Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. For Brad Ausmus, it'll be Anthony Gose leading it off in center field. Ian Kinsler at second base, followed by J.D. Martinez at right. Victor Martinez, the DH. Collins will be in left. Martinez at third. Castellanos was a late scratch tonight. Then you have McCann, Avila, and Romine. And they are facing the right-handed offerings of Ervin Santana.
Ervin Santana basically had a miserable month of August, but they made some tweaks in his delivery right at the tail end, and he's won his last 3 outings to run that record to 5-4. He's got a fastball that will top out at about 94 miles an hour. He's got a legitimate swing and miss slider, and he's been getting a lot of strikeouts lately. Let's take a look at the Minnesota Twins starting defense, and it is brought to you by Tim Hortons. The ageless wonder, Torrey Hunter, back out there after a night off last night. Hicks, he's playing center field. He's had a start in center and left field and right field in this series. Joe Mauer in the infield. This season only 4 errors through June, and he hasn't made an error since then. So he's acquitted himself very nicely over at first base, the former catcher.
Well, we've talked about how Santana has struggled here at home at Target Field, and in his last 4 in his home ballpark, how about that? An ERA of 4 or make it 6.75 in the 4 home starts. So he really has struggled. We'll see if the Tigers can continue that trend here tonight.
One of those starts were against the Tigers. It was his second start after serving his suspension, and the Tigers scored 6 runs against Ervin Santana and hit 3 homers against him.
So we're ready for baseball tonight, albeit a little bit late. Anthony Gose will stand in, and we are underway. It's ball 1 high to Gose. Kinsler and then J.D. Martinez. No Miguel Cabrera tonight. He is just getting a planned night off. Of course, Miggy's been struggling as well. The 1-0 pitch dives low, 2 balls and no strikes.
And it's really perfect timing to give Miggy the night off, because of course the Tigers don't play tomorrow, and so Miggy will get about 48 hours off his feet.
That's in there for a strike. 2-1 on Gose. Anthony, a pretty good series, 3 out of 9. He has run his hitting streak to 7 consecutive games. Now the 2-1. Just off the outside part of the plate, 3-1.
Anthony Gose hit .314 in the months of April and May. He struggled in June and July and parts of August, but he's heated up again here in September.
Full count now on Gose. The 7-game hitting streak he has right now is the second longest streak he's had this year. He had an 11-gamer back in June. There's Kinsler waiting on deck. And a chopper foul to third base. He's also been on base safely in 18 of his last 19 games and 12 in a row.
7 extra base hits. He scored 10 runs, and he's also taking a walk. He's walked 10 times.
And he's taken another walk. It's a leadoff base on balls for Gose. Very early base runner here against the righty Santana. It'll bring up Ian Kinsler. Tigers scored first in game 1 in the series, or I should say game 2 in the series. That was last night. They got a couple of runs against Phil Hughes, and they would eventually go on to win the game.
Herman is the catcher here tonight, not Suzuki. Suzuki is their everyday catcher for the most part, but Herman and Santana have been working very well together. So, and Paul Mauser said, why not give him the start this evening?
Now Santana struggling with his control early here as he goes ball 1 to Kinsler.
Yeah, he'll probably mix in a breaking ball or a changeup here pretty soon, because he has not found that real good feel yet with the fastball.
Gose certainly a threat to run. He's 6th in the American League with 20 swipes. Santana, 32 years of age, out of San Cristobal in the Dominican Republic. In there, a strike called. 1-1 on Kinsler. Been a somewhat slow series for Ian. 1 for 10. The average now is dipped below 300. He's at 299 coming into play this evening. They play him slightly to pull on the infield.
A huge hole on the right side for Ian Kinsler should he try to hit one in that direction. And of course, with Ghost and his speed at first, anything that goes through there, Anthony Ghost will have a really nice shot at getting all the way over to third base.
And so Santana continues to keep a very close eye on Ghost. Urban Santana suspended a total of 80 games for testing positive for a banned PED, and so he missed the start of the season. That is line to third. Throw across the diamond is high. Otherwise, they get a double play.
That's a bad throw by Trevor Plouffe. And one of the things that you're taught, and one of the things that Dave Clark, the third base coach, always reminds the base runners, less than 2 outs, if the ball's hit on the line, get back. Anthony Ghost took about 3 steps towards second base. That ball hit on the line, and the only reason why he made it back safely, it was a poor throw by Trevor Plouffe.
So with 1 out, here is J.D. Martinez, who elevates to the 3 spot tonight in the absence of Miguel Cabrera. And again, Ghost is chased back. Martinez starting to heat up again a little bit. J.D. has hit safely in his last 5. He has 3 hits in the series. Another toss back to the bag. Santana, very slight build. He is listed at 6'2", 175. And while he has struggled at home, his last 3 starts have been pretty good. A little game of cat and mouse now with Ghost. And then JD getting tired of waiting, so he steps out. And a ball inside to J.D. Martinez.
And sluggish start here tonight for Santana. And the majority of the pitches he's already thrown here tonight, he's missed the strike zone.
Man, Santana again going back to first base, just trying to make sure that Ghost does not get a good lead.
We told you Santana's pitching good baseball these days. He's won his last 3. You have to go all the way back to his days as a Los Angeles Angel. Is the last time he won 4 games in a row. That was a few years ago.
Line drive, base hit left field. Ghost will move to second, and the Tigers in business now with a walk and a single here in the first. Bring up Victor Martinez, which also brings us to the Bernstein advantage, the pitcher batter matchup. And well, Victor has done awfully well against Santana to the tune of 400, couple of home runs.
Victor also swung the bat very well last night and came up in the very first inning with runners in scoring position and drove in a run in that very first inning. Tigers went on to score a couple. Then he sliced one the opposite way, and then his last time up he fought one over the head of Mauer down the right field line to drive in J.D. Martinez.
It's a strike on Victor. Well, it's good to see Martinez starting to heat up a little bit. 4 for 8 in the series, 5 hits on the road trip. And again, the Tigers have an opportunity to score first in this game with 2 on and 1 out. Bouncing in as Herman goes down to block it. 1 ball, 1 strike. Like most teams, the Twins are shifting against Victor, not as pronounced with the second baseman Dozier because of the 2 base runners. Ball high. 2-1 now on Martinez. Santana about to throw his 15th pitch. And he has trouble brewing here in the first. 2-1 is swung on and missed. 2-2.
It's a good fastball there thrown by Santana. at 94 miles an hour. Threw that ball right by Victor. When Santana was younger, and when he was pitching for the Angels, he had a fastball that would get up to 96, 97. He's always had a great slider. Everything to Victor up in the strike zone. And that must be the way that they want to pitch Victor with the fastballs here tonight.
Bouncing ball foul just outside of the bag at first.
And that last pitch is the pitch that Santana has been getting the majority of his strikeouts on lately. It's a slider.
This game under a 54-minute rain delay at the start. We got going a little bit tardy here tonight. The 2-2 is strike three called. Victor not so sure that was a strike, but he'll tote his bat back to the bench.
And the previous pitch was a slider. This was a changeup. The top of the strike zone, you can see that 6. And apparently it got just a piece of the plate, according to Adam Hammery, who is the home plate umpire tonight.
So with 2 outs, here is Tyler Collins. First strikeout of the ball game for Santana. Collins, another start in left field tonight, batting .268.
And bumped up to that number 5 spot here this evening. Nick Castellanos was scheduled to start, but he was scratched right before the game.
Rolled foul back into the Twins dugout area. 0-1. So the Tigers had planned not to play Miggy tonight. He's out of the lineup. Castellanos, the late scratch with a groin problem, so he is out. Marte will play third base tonight for Detroit. 0-1 on Collins. And Tyler looks at a ball inside.
Yeah, Minnesota Twins have an outfield that has very good arms. And Torrey Hunter can still throw, even though he's 40 years old. And Hicks and also the left fielder Rosario have really good arms.
A little bit outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Twins came in this game at 43-27 here at Target Field. They've won 4 consecutive series at home. The winner of this game will win this series.
It's a big game for them because it looks like the Texas Rangers are going to beat the Houston Astros tonight in Texas. Well, in Arlington, I should say.
Little chopper foul.
They scored 6 runs early against Dallas Keuchel.
Pretty amazing.
Keuchel doesn't pitch well on the road, though.
Now, Napoli hit a big home run in that game early for the Rangers. And Texas, with their win last night, jumped into first place in the West, which has pushed Houston to the second wild card spot. So Houston is the team that the Twins are chasing right now. Off the inside part of the plate, and now it's gone full at 3-2. It'll get the runners started. There's Marte waiting on deck. Rips one down the right field line. It is a fair ball just inside the line. 1 run scores. Here comes Martinez rounding third. Throw to the plate is not in time. Tyler Collins, a 2-out, 2-base hit. And the Tigers have the lead. Just inside the line to right field.
The Tigers have had some outstanding at-bats in this inning. That's a fastball that's in the nitro zone of Collins, and he simply drops the bat head into the strike zone and hits that ball right off the chalk line down the right field line. J.D. Martinez running from first, able to score rather easily. And the home issues continue for Santana.
Second straight night the Tigers have scored in the first inning. Marte, the batter, .232 this year at the big league level. Had a really big season down at AAA. He's been called up a couple of times for the Tigers. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Walk, a single, and a 2-out 2-base hit. Collins doing the honors. RBIs 15 and 16 for Tyler. Checked it, low and away.
.700 winning percentage for Detroit when they score first, and just 156 when the opponent scores first. It's a striking difference.
And a strike 3 called on Marte. However, a 2-out 2-base hit has given the Tigers a 2-0 lead. Here tonight thanks to a 2-run double by Tyler Collins. The starting lineup for the Twins presented by the Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Twins tonight have Hicks, Dozier, Mauer in their top 3 spots. This season, good numbers for Hicks against the Tigers. Sano, Plouffe, and Hunter in the middle. Torrey back in there tonight for the Twins. Rosario, Herman, Escobar rounded out. They're facing Derek Norris. Presented tonight by Family Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
5th start for Norris in a Tigers uniform, 1-1 record, 5.06 ERA. First start since August 19th when he had to leave his start in Chicago.
So we'll see what Norris has here this evening. It's been a while since he's been on a big league mound. He will face Hicks here to start things off.
Norris has a fastball that will top out at about 94 miles an hour. He also has a slider. He's got a curveball, and he's got a really good changeup. Changeup probably his second best pitch right now after the fastball.
One ball and 1 strike on Aaron Hicks. He's had a good series, 4 for 10 for the Twins.
Norris will not throw more than 50 pitches this evening. Ooh, good breaking ball.
Bends low below the knees. 2 balls and 1 strike. Dozier to follow, and then Joe Mauer. Here's the 2-1 pitch. High fly ball, right field, hit pretty well. Martinez going back to the track, halfway to the warning track to make the catch.
Let's take a look at the Tigers starting defense. It is presented by Beaumont Health. Martinez goes Collins in the outfield. Third to first, Marte, Romine, Kinsler, Avila. First start for Alex at first base since August 7th. And it's his 11th opportunity at first base this season. James McCann is the catcher.
Now Brian Dozier with 1 out. Dozier is 0 for 7 in the series. He has had 3 walks, though.
Minnesota Twins have never seen Norris, and therefore he'll have the early edge. Ooh, 96. He's amped up here today, Mario.
As to be expected.
He's got 50 pitches. He's going to let it all hang out.
Now the 1-1. 95 that time. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Dozier. Norris in that start against the Cubs gave up 4 hits, 3 runs, and 4 1/3 before he departed with that oblique problem back on August 19th. Swing and a miss, and Dozier is out on strikes.
I see you, Daniel.
First strikeout of the ball game for Norris.
He has already thrown some outstanding breaking balls. And the breaking ball is a pitch that really hasn't been all that efficient for him in his 5 starts in the Tigers uniform. We've seen the good fastball get up to 94. We've seen the outstanding changeup, but we really haven't seen that breaking ball that effective.
Here's Joe Mauer. Big series for Mauer. He's had a couple of doubles. He is 4 for 8. He doubled in the ball game last night very late, which pulled them to within 1 run in the 9th inning.
It's only been about 9 pitches, but you have to absolutely love the way the ball is coming out of Norris's hand.
1 ball and 1 strike. And breaks outside, running to 2-1. Mauer career against the Tigers, 311. Trying to get something started here with 2 outs in the first. Tigers got 2 in the top of the first. Old foul. Miguel Sano waiting on deck. He made the last out of last night's game.
Yeah, Bruce Rondon threw him 3 straight sliders after throwing 17 straight fastballs to the previous hitters that he saw in the 9th inning.
Mauer chops one to second. That'll be routine there for Kinsler. And a nice start for Norris. A 1-2-3 first. Our score as we go to the top of the second in game 3 in the series. Tigers trying to win 2 out of 3 here against the Twins. Nice first inning for Daniel Norris, who threw just 13 pitches. And now Santana back to the hill. James McCann leads it off and looks at ball 1. McCann, Avila, and Romine, your bottom 3 tonight for the Tigers. .276 for McCann this year. He's looking up his numbers here at Target Field. 600 at Target Field. He is 9 for 15 career here.
The young man has made himself right at home here at Target Field.
Must see it well here. Of course, he had that inside the park home run early in the season. Hammers this one high in the air to right field. That'll chase Torrey Hunter back to the track, to the wall to make the catch. Torrey ran that one down. Otherwise, it's another extra base hit for McCann.
It might have been another triple, too. And he got himself a fastball and jumped on it. Torrey Hunter took a beeline toward that foul line right at the base of the 325 sign. 328 sign, excuse me, and was able to make a nice play before crashing into the wall.
Santana appreciates it. Another hard hit ball by the Tigers. Here is Avila with one out. Strike called, 0-1. Alex is starting at first base tonight in place of Cabrera. Swing and a miss.
It's a good change up there by Santana, thrown to Avila. Avila's last start was in Cleveland. It was the second game of that doubleheader. He was 2 for 4 in that contest. It's a nice circle change thrown by Santana, which faded off the plate outside.
One and two on Alex. Romine will be next, and here's the shift that they play against Avila. Thought about it, laid off, and the count levels now 2 balls 2 strikes.
Avila trying to get accustomed to something that he's never really had to do, and that's to be a backup player. Alex has been a starter every step of the way his entire career.
Full count now, 3-2.
So there comes some adjustments as how to prepare yourself when you're sitting on the bench, how to prepare yourself for your next start.
Alex also has done a really good job of just maintaining the type of professional attitude he's had his entire career, whether he's starting, whether he's backing up.
He's got great parents, grandparents too, so they've taught him well.
Meanwhile, Santana's already up to 36 pitches. Here's the 3-2 again. And a ground ball right to the second baseman. Dozier has it there for out number 2. Hey, stay tuned to Tigers Live. Following the game, we'll select the Fox Sports Detroit Tigers Player of the Game, presented by McDonald's Steak and Egg Burritos.
Irvin Santana, and Mario brought this up earlier, missed 90 days with the PED suspension for a banned substance. So that means he's not eligible for the playoffs at all. So if the Minnesota Twins somehow play a one-game wild card, Santana will not be able to pitch, which means they'll have to find somebody else.
Romine, meanwhile, wasting a little time as he slams one to center, taking a very wide turn. A 2-out single for Romine. Well, earlier in the year, obviously the Twins opened up at Comerica Park, and they just had gotten the news that Santana was popped for the PEDs, and therefore he was suspended 80 games. And boy, I mean, coming out of the chute and coming out of spring training, that's a pretty good gut punch right there.
Well, they opened the season on that Monday. I don't think they found out until that Saturday, right before they left Florida.
He has come back, but again will not be eligible for postseason if indeed the Twins make it there.
That's why it was huge for Phil Hughes to make his start yesterday, although he did not look all that good. But if they do get in, they're going to have to find somebody that can take that ball and give them a chance to go deeper in the postseason should they get there. There's Terry Ryan, their general manager, with the glasses on.
Goes, takes inside, 1 ball 1 strike. Game and a half right now separating the Twins from Houston, and again the Astros are getting pounded 9-0 by Texas tonight.
That Texas team, they got it going at the right time. They are on fire.
Paul Lowe, it's got to be really disheartening for the Astros to walk into Texas, a chance to regain first place with your ace on the mound, and he just absolutely gets pelted. Dallas Keuchel getting hit hard tonight. Paul Molitor has plans on getting his team into the postseason. And he missed outside, so Santana now has gone to 3-1.
Santana's previous 3 starts, he was very efficient. His fastball, he was pounding the strike zone with that. He had a good slider because they made some adjustments in his landing spot with his front foot. But today having a difficult time finding that release point.
Fly ball to left, and Rosario is under it to end the inning. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. We go to the bottom of the second. Baseball on Fox Sports Detroit is brought to you by Comerica Bank. Raise your expectations of what a bank can be. When it's time, come to Comerica. Chrysler, celebrate 90 years of innovation. Get a great deal at the Chrysler Anniversary Celebration event. And by M&M's Crispy, so good, they're back. It's a ball outside to Miguel Sano, who starts it off in the second. It'll be Sano, Plouffe, and Torrey Hunter. High fly ball. That's into shallow right field. On the charge is Martinez. Circling under it for the out. One gone. We'll bring up Trevor Plouffe. So 4 straight retired to start this game by Norris. Plouffe batting .250. He has hit 20 home runs this year. He is enjoying a 6-game hitting streak. And that one misses inside. 1 ball, no strikes. Norris only 22 years of age. When you talk about the key pieces in return for David Price, certainly Norris's name is at the top of that list. We mentioned only 22. He has a very bright future ahead. A guy that could throw mid-90s from the left side. He's shown a good breaking ball here tonight. There's another one that dips low.
He was the Blue Jays' top prospect in the minor leagues when the season began, and the 3rd best left-hander in the minor leagues when the season began.
There's that old baseball saying that the good ones come fast. Well, Norris pitched at all 3 levels of the minor leagues before making his major league debut at age 21 in the Blue Jay system. And he figures to be a key part of the Tigers rotation in 2016. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Trevor Plouffe.
And Tigers did a marvelous job when they decided that they had to trade David Price. And they got themselves 3 really good pitchers from the Blue Jays. 3 guys they'll control for the next 6 years.
Little chopper back up the middle. Romine on the charge to throw him out. And there are 2 gone.
Starting rotation possibly for the Tigers in 2016. Verlander, Sanchez, if everything checks out. You've got Daniel Norris. You also have Matt Boyd. And then you have some guys on the right there. They're in the hunt. And Kyle Ryan, and Fulmer, Kyle Lobstein, Buck Farmer, and possibly even Drew Verhagen.
Here's Torrey Hunter. We'll take ball one. Tigers, of course, will explore the free agent market in the offseason as well to bring in a couple of guys, perhaps. That has been identified as probably the chief area that the Tigers need to shore up going into the offseason. 2 balls, no strikes on the veteran Torrey Hunter. 2 out of 4 with an RBI in the opening game. Did not play yesterday. That is popped up, headed back toward the seats. Avila will run out of real estate.
And Torrey Hunter provides them with some veteran leadership. Obviously, at age 40, he's played a number of years in the big leagues. He's also played a number of years in the postseason the last number of years. They don't have many players on their current roster with any postseason experience, so you know Torrey will be very valuable down the stretch for this Minnesota Twins team.
To right field, slicing. It'll get back out of play. Well, Torrey turned 40 this year, and that was back in July, so Father Time seems to be catching up with him, but not if you look at the numbers. 19 homers, 70 RBIs.
Pretty good.
Average just a little bit lower this year, but he's been dinged up a little bit in the second half physically. Low and away. 3-2 now on Hunter. Waiting on deck is Eddie Rosario. Swing and a miss, and Norris reaching back at 95 throws it right by him. His second strikeout of the game. Tigers baseball presented by Bell Tire. Nothing in favor of the Tigers here tonight. The Tigers face the Kansas City Royals this Sunday at 1:08 p.m. It's Sunday Kids Day, and all kids 14 and under receive a free back-to-school pause lunch cooler. If you'd like tickets, call 866-66-TIGER or visit tigers.com. Well, the Tigers in the third will have 2, 3, and 4 coming up. Ian Kinsler will get things started here against Irvin Santana. Kinsler lines sharply to the third baseman Plouffe in his first at bat, 0 for 1. The 0-1 pitch is hammered toward the gap in left center field. That ball is going to be caught on a slide by Eddie Rosario. Another fine defensive play turned behind Santana. Ball had double written all over it.
Rosario takes a little bit of a wrong route on this ball. He comes in initially, then he has to go back and comes in and then dives and leaves his feet, and he makes a really nice grab. He's had a really nice rookie year on both sides of the ball, really. And no one really talking about this kid, Rosario.
Here is J.D. Martinez. Ball high to J.D., who singled, setting up a couple of runs in the first. And that has extended his hitting streak now to 6 in a row. Pounded foul, back out of play, 1 ball and 1 strike. Hey, just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller Time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Santana's 1-1. Pulled to third base and scooped one-handed by Plouffe. 2 up, 2 down. Now Victor Martinez. Victor, a strikeout in the first.
Just about every pitch that Santana threw to Victor Martinez in his first plate appearance was up in the strike zone. He threw him 1 breaking ball down. Other than that, fastballs up, and he finished him off with a changeup at the top of the strike zone.
Oh, 1 on Martinez. And Santana now has reached the 50 plateau, 30 strikes. Pulled on the ground is second. Backhanding there is Dozier, and Santana has himself a 1-2-3 third. Still 2-0 Tigers. Your strongest fan photo, use hashtag Detroit Data Strong Fan, and you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile. Tigers holding on to their 2-0 edge as we go to the third. It'll be Rosario, Herman, and Escobar, bottom 3. Facing Daniel Norris, who has retired all 6 so far. 2 of them via the strikeout. Rosario at 267, looking for that 10th home run of the year. And he's trying to get to 10 doubles, 10 triples, 10 steals, 10 homers. I mean, there aren't been too many rookies in recent history that have been able to do that. Now Norris ready with the 2-0 pitch. He is showing bunt and then taking all the way. 2-1. Rosario hits .330 at home this year, and he drives this one in the air. He has driven this one deep, way back, and Eddie Rosario has just hit that 10th home run.
Whoa. We were just talking about Eddie Rosario, and the fact that he can hit a ball that far against a left-hander is awfully special. He will be one of their starters next season, along with Hicks and Buxton in their outfield. That's a fastball right down the middle. He cleared his hips out of the way and made some good, solid contact, and he hit that ball a long way.
Yes, he did. That is homer number 10, RBI 41. There's a strike called on Chris Herman. So the Twins have their first hit and their first run. Herman batting 156. Swing and a miss. No balls, 2 strikes. Twins fell behind 3-0 last night to the Tigers. Made it a very interesting ball game by getting a run in the 9th inning to lose by a run.
It's been 10 years since a rookie had at least double digits in doubles, triples, homers, and stolen bases. Hanley Ramirez did it as a rookie back in 2006, so it doesn't happen very often. As a matter of fact, there's not many guys in the big leagues this year, total big leaguers, that have done that this year.
Strike on the outer edge, and Herman is out of there. One gone. Time for a game break now. Here's Justin White. Oh, the ERA is going to head north after that outing for Dallas Keuchel. There's a bender that drops in for a strike.
That's the main reason why John Daniels, the general manager of the Texas Rangers, reacquired Mike Napoli from the Boston Red Sox.
Chopper to the shortstop, to his left, Romine. 2 gone.
And so Napoli could help them against good left-handed pitching. Napoli, of course, has played in the postseason as well with the Boston Red Sox lately, and was playing for the Texas Rangers when they were going to the World Series a few years back.
Well, Napoli hit that home run against Justin Verlander in the ALCS the year that that was what, 13, I believe.
Yeah, he's hit well against the Tigers in Boston too.
And that was the only run in that game. It was a 1-0 game. The Red Sox beat Verlander on that home run. 2 outs for Aaron Hicks. By the way, the estimated distance on the home run by Rosario, 403 feet. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Popped up. Shallow center field. Kinsler backpedals. And that's it. So they go 1-2-3 following the home run. 3 in the books.
Montgomery Anthony goes in the first inning. He walked, and J.D. Martinez singled over the shortstop's head with 1 out. And then a double down the right field corner by Collins. He plated both Ghost and J.D. Martinez. The Minnesota Twins, they got on the board in the third inning. It's a solo shot, 3-1 fastball by Norris to Eddie Rosario that went that second deck over the out-of-town scoreboard. Quite a poke for that young man.
Well, it was their first hit, first run. It's pounded foul off the bat of Tyler Collins. He'll be followed by Jeffrey Marte and then James McCann.
And second consecutive day that Collins has gotten a start. Played a nice ball game last night.
Collins had the 2-run double in the first, providing the Tigers their runs. Bouncing ball to second. Dozier is right at it for the out. 1 gone. Well, join us again Friday. The Tigers will head home to take on the Royals. Our coverage begins at 6 with Tigers Live. Tigers Royals Friday at 6 p.m. You'll see it on Fox Sports Detroit.
That's pink out the park night.
Wear your pink ties, pink shirts, pink jackets, anything you got. With 1 out, here is Marte. Little pop up, first base side, and back out of play.
Second plate appearance here tonight for Marte, and he has pretty much gotten a steady diet of off-speed pitches and from Santana. That slider.
Marte at 228. Santana trying to settle in. He had a 7-pitch third, a 1-2-3 third. He's retired 5 in a row now after giving up the 2 early runs. Into shallow center field. That's going to drop. Base hit for Marte.
Nice job of pulling his hands inside on that ball inside, and he was able to fight it off for a single right back through the middle. He knew he's been getting a lot of those breaking balls already and from Santana, so he told himself, you know what, I'm going to make him jam me. And he did jam him, and he fought it off. It's a nice adjustment by Marte.
So McCann, who looked like he hit a ball in the corner for a double before Hunter ran it down, he'll step in.
McCann kind of slowed down a little bit as far as the bat was concerned in the month of August. But, man, he's found another gear here in the month of September.
Here's the 0-1. Bouncer back to the mound. Santana looking at a double play. Bad throw. Relay, though, is in time.
Nice footwork there by the second baseman, Brian Dozier.
Bailed him out. It goes 1-4-3.
since going on the disabled list with an oblique injury, and he's had an outstanding slider. And he's thrown at a couple of different speeds. He's buried at the bottom of the strike zone. His fastball has also gotten up to 96 miles an hour. He's gotten himself some real easy outs in this game. And if you're the Tigers, you have to be elated at the fact that he is throwing the ball as well as he's thrown the ball so far here this evening after nearly a month off.
He will face Brian Dozier to get it going here in the bottom of the fourth. It'll be Dozier, Mauer, and Sano. 2, 3, and 4 for Minnesota.
This is the best I've seen Norris.
Been really good. Really efficient.
It's only been 3 innings, but this is the best that I've seen him in the 5 starts.
He struck out Dozier in the first. Ball 1. Well, you mentioned something that I thought was interesting in the first inning. The Twins had not seen him, so there is a bit of an advantage for Daniel early on. Here's a high pop-up, shallow left field. Romine back, Collins in. Collins, 1 gone.
Here's our high-speed pitch, and it is brought to you by Xfinity. And we told you that his top fastball back in the first inning got up to 96. As a matter of fact, in the first 10 pitches that Norris threw in this contest, 5 were 95 and above. Alex Anthopoulos, well, I guess he wanted David Price worse than any other general manager out there, and there were a lot of general managers that really wanted David Price, and why not? One of the best left-handers in the game. And he simply told David Dombrowski a couple of weeks before the trade deadline, if you're thinking about trading David Price, keep me in mind. You can have anybody in our minor league system, anybody, to start the deal. That's huge.
Well, it is. And, you know, if you're a general manager and you have a team that you feel is on the cusp, and they certainly had enough offense, but whether or not they were going to go deep without another starting pitcher was debatable. And now they got one in Price, and the price was steep for David.
And obviously, when Dave decided to take that offer from Alex Anthopoulos, they must have thought the world of Daniel Norris, because he's the one guy that he chose to start the deal.
2-1 the count. Not sure I blame him. You got a guy here, a lefty, that throws with the velocity that Norris does. And again, keep in mind his age. That one in the upper reaches of the strike zone. Norris only 22.
He walks around the clubhouse, though, like he's a 10-year veteran, though. He's got great mound presence. He's got a nice confidence about him.
Swing and a miss. Mauer is out on strikes. 2 outs.
He's had an outstanding breaking ball here to go along with that mid-90s fastball. You don't see Joe Mauer take swings like this very often.
And here comes Brad now.
He's at 46 pitches.
So with Sano coming up.
47, excuse me.
That's going to be it for Norris, who is just about at his limit. And a wall side windows pitching change. Impressive effort tonight for Daniel Norris. Ahead 2-1 in this one, and Daniel, well, about as impressive as you can be.
No base on balls, 4 strikeouts in 3 2/3. He threw 47 pitches, and a lot of them were outstanding pitches.
The only hit he gave up left the ballpark, the home run by Rosario. That's it. Now Sano drives one high and deep into right field and way back, and we are not tied. That ball's going to go off the wall, and it's going to be a double for Miguel Sano. So Albuquerque comes in and throws 1 pitch, and it's a 2-bagger.
We talked about Sano before the game last night. He's one of the best rookies in the American League. 16 home runs already, got a 2-seam fastball, got underneath it and hit the ball a sky high. I thought it was going to leave the ballpark, but it hit off the wall in right field. I think JD thought this ball was going to leave too.
You see the wind ruffling the flags out there. I wonder if it knocked it down. The ball was hit so high that it may have been affected. I don't know. Sano looked like he thought he got all of it. It's a double, though, so it remains a 2-1 game, and it's fouled straight back by Trevor Plouffe.
Of the 16 home runs that the youngster Miguel Sano has hit this year, he's only hit 1 homer to right field, so him going in that direction, he doesn't do it very often.
62nd appearance by Albuquerque. It'll miss outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Plouffe grounded out his first time up. There's a high fly ball, shallow left. This should get him out of the inning, and it's caught there by Collins to retire the side. No runs, double, 1 left, and we go to the 5th. On Fox Sports Detroit is brought to you by Bell Tire. Get the lowest tire price, period. Bell Tire. Myers, save big with M-Perks from Myers. Sign up at mperks.com. And by Chevrolet, find new roads. Well, after a 54-minute rain delay tonight, we have played to a 2-1 ball game so far. Tigers got a pair of runs in the first, but that has been it against Irvin Santana, who has settled into this game. Alex Avila will lead things off here as we go to the 5th inning. Santana had a 7-pitch 3rd and an 8-pitch 4th. And now he goes to work in the 5th. And Avila swings right through it, 0-1.
Yeah, good straight change there thrown by Santana. It's the 2nd time he's gotten Avila to swing at that changeup. He got him to swing at it his first time up as well tonight.
Here's the 0-1 pitch. 1 ball and 1 strike. Avila, Romine, and then Gose. 2 runs on 4 hits for the visiting Tigers. A run on 2 hits for the Twins. Ball low, 2-1 on Avila. .43 ground out, and he is only at bat so far. Tigers in the first got a walk by Gose, a single by Martinez, 2-run double for Collins. Now he's gone high, 3-1.
Alex should get a pretty good fastball to hit here from Irvin. And if he doesn't throw you the fastball, just take it. Yeah, but if he throws you that heater at about 92, see if you can find a gap.
Lost in ball 4, leads things off here in the 5th. Well, this Monday at 7:08, the Tigers take on the Chicago White Sox. The first 10,000 fans receive a free Miguel Cabrera 400th home run figurine. For tickets, call 866-66-TIGER or visit tigers.com.
A lot of homers, 400.
Miggy, of course, getting the night off tonight. There's a swing and a miss by Romine.
Hey, Romine jumped on that first pitch fastball his first time up against Santana and singled sharply into left field. That time, Santana pulled the string on Andrew. And Andrew about screwed himself in that dirt down there.
The result was not good.
I think he was looking for a fastball.
It looked like it. The 0-1 pitch. Bouncing ball back up the middle. Could be 2. Dozier, Escobar, double play. It's the second double play they turned in as many innings.
Yeah, that one's a little bit smoother, though. That one that they turned last half inning was a little rough, but Dozier was able to finish it off after a bad feed from Santana. This time, Dozier, nice flip to Escobar. No issues turning this one over. Tigers have grounded into more double plays than anybody in baseball.
They've added to that total tonight. Here is Anthony Gose. Looked like you wanted to offer up a bunt, but let it go by for ball 1.
Santana in the last couple of innings has started to incorporate a lot more off-speed pitches. The changeup and the slider. And it's no coincidence he's gotten better.
He missed the outside corner again. Clearly off the plate. And he's just walked him on 4 straight, so the second walk in this inning for Santana.
Third walk in the game.
He's left to face Kinsler, who has hit the ball hard twice in this game. He was robbed in the 3rd inning on a nice sliding play by Rosario in left center. Ian's average now at 298. He still leads the majors in multi-hit games with 55. Gose, a threat to run at first base, measuring his lead. Anthony, 20 steals, been caught 10 times.
That is probably an area where Anthony can improve next year. His percentage as far as stealing bags. With his speed, being caught 10 times is way too many. Unless you've got about 50 bags.
Anthony earlier this year called himself out in terms of his base running, not necessarily his base stealing, but base running. That's fouled off, and the count now is 0-2. But Gose, as we mentioned many times, playing in the big leagues for a full season for the first time. And September has not worn him down. He's playing some of his better baseball recently.
That he is.
Playing to pull on Kinsler. Wouldn't go fishing there. 1 ball and 2 strikes. was leaning, and Anthony just got back in there. Popped him up. Foul ground. Will it stay in play? It appears it will for Joe Mauer. Inning is over. Tigers baseball tonight presented by Bell Tire.
Pitch by pitch. If you tuned in a little tardy here this evening, you missed a real nice pitching performance turned in by Daniel Norris. He threw 47 pitches. He had an outstanding breaking ball here this evening. He had a lot of life on his fastball, got up to 96 miles an hour, threw some ground balls, some lazy fly balls. His only blemish was a home run on a 3-1 pitch on a fastball that split the plate to Eddie Rosario, their left fielder. But what a real nice outing, first one for Norris since August 19th.
So it's 2-1, only 2 hits for Minnesota. The other a double by Miguel Sano. It's going to be Torrey Hunter now in the 5th inning facing Albuquerque. Tigers will piece the rest of this one together with their bullpen.
And Torrey's spent a couple of years in a Tigers uniform, so he knows beyond a shadow of a doubt that at some point in time he's going to get that slide piece. And from Al, there it is. He swung right through it.
Hunter is 3rd among active players in games played. Only Alex Rodriguez and Adrian Beltre have played in more games than Torrey, who's played in better than 8,700 big league games as he waves and misses.
I'm surprised that Beltre has played more than Torrey.
Yeah, Beltre's up there, A-Rod's up there, then Torrey behind both of them. He's 40 years old now. Here's the 1-2. Little chopper slowly toward the shortstop. Cut off at third by Marte. His throw is in time. Nice play by Avila to hang on to the bag with his big toe.
And do or die play for Marte, who's played some first base. He's also played a little bit of third base. And you're absolutely right. Alex was able to keep that foot on the bag. 11th start at first base this season for Avila.
So here is Rosario, who is responsible for their run with a 400-foot homer in his last at bat.
He is the only player in the majors that can boast this. Double digits in doubles, triples, home runs, and steals. He's the 18th rookie since 1914 to do as much. The last one, 2006, Hanley Ramirez.
Here's the 0-1. Ball high.
And we haven't even talked about his 15 assists.
1-1 pitch is a strike on the outer edge. 1-2 on Rosario. And he might have had a beef. He was pointing to it, saying that's outside. Adam Hammery is the home plate umpire. Pulled on the ground. Nice diving stop. Kinsler to his feet, throws him out.
Look how quickly Ian got up to make that play. He probably could have stayed down and thrown from one knee, but he got up in a hurry and then threw a strike to Avila.
A couple of fine defensive plays to start this inning. One by Avila and now one by Kinsler.
Tigers really have been flashing some leather in the last couple of days. Last night, Collins made a real nice play. And Kinsler also made a really nice play last night.
Chris Herman, the batter. Strikeout victim in the third by Norris. Norris fanned him, and that makes Herman 0 for his last 11. One ball, one strike. Chopper right back to the mound. Albuquerque handles it. It'll be an easy 1-2-3 for Al. 5 innings in the books. 2-1 Detroit. With the Subway Series, the wild card leading Yankees take on the NL East leading Mets. Then the American League Central leading Royals square off against the Tigers in a game that you can see only on Fox Sports 1. Coverage begins at 12:30 Eastern on Fox and 7 p.m. Eastern on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Well, the Tigers have not been able to do a whole lot with Urban Santana since the 2-run first inning. Santana now facing Martinez, and Collins. Swing and a miss, 0-1. JD is single and a ground out and a run scored.
Santana came out today in the first inning trying to overpower the Tigers with a lot of fastballs, and he did not have good command. And they scored 2 runs in the first, but he's gotten to his breaking ball in the last 4 innings, and they have not done much with him.
Martinez now 10 hits on this road trip. Here's the 1-1. Outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. Urban Santana was 96-80 over 8 seasons with the Angels. Made 1 All-Star team out in Los Angeles. That was back in 2008. In on him that time. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Well, it appears that Drew Verhagen will be the next to come into this game for the Tigers. He's warming up. Here's the 2-2 offering. Bouncing in 3-2. Twins signed Santana to a 4-year, $54 million deal. That was in December, and many asked why at age 32 he would be given a 4-year deal, but Twins really had no choice. They had to go that extra year to get him. With a lot of competition in the offseason for Santana. And then the suspension hit right around opening day. That's foul back out of play. 3-2. Really has gotten that pitch count in much better shape after especially that first inning. Fouled away. Tigers have the day off tomorrow, and then they're back at it with the Royals coming to town over the weekend. Final homestand of the year cranks up on Friday night.
That Kansas City Royals team struggling just a little bit. They lost again today to the Cleveland Indians. 5-1. They also have another game tomorrow night in Cleveland.
Indians not giving up. That Royals pitching staff right now becoming a question. Danny Duffy was not very good tonight.
Also their closer, Greg Holland, they say his fastball last night topped out at 89 miles an hour.
Ooh. Well,
so there's some issues going on in that bullpen now with Greg Holland. They still have some other guys that can do the job in Davis and Herrera, but Holland is the closer.
He got him, strike 3. JD thought he had a walk.
It appeared to be a good pitch and also a good call by Adam Hammery, the home plate umpire.
Third strikeout for Santana.
All 3 of Santana's strikeouts tonight have been looking.
He had not had one since the first when he fanned his first 2, including Victor Martinez. Ball 1.
He's had a lot of strikeouts lately. In his last 3 starts, 11 strikeouts in 1 outing. Then he backed that up with 10 strikeouts in another outing.
Interesting the way that the Twins are playing Martinez here. Normally the second baseman is out, way out beyond in the outfield grass with nobody on, but Dozier right now is on the lip of the grass.
That is different.
Normally that second baseman wants to give himself as much of an angle as possible. Anything hit on the ground that way, but Dozier is in. Still clearly playing to pull. Here's the 2-1. A little bit outside. 3 balls, 1 strike.
Told you about the back-to-back double-digit strikeouts that he posted. You have to go all the way back to 2012 when Francisco Liriano had back-to-back double-digit strikeouts as the last Twin to do so.
To the center fielder Hicks for the out, 2 gone.
That ball doing some funny things to the outfielders here tonight.
Here's Tyler Collins. Collins responsible for the 2 Tigers runs. Santana had 2 men on, 1 out in the first. Then he struck out Victor Martinez and looked like he might be able to pitch out of it, but Collins came up with a 2-out, 2-run double. Got the float outside, 1-0. Tyler now with 16 driven in this year.
Do you happen to know what those things are that all these guys are riding nowadays? A little pet. What are they? Do you happen to know what they are?
Well, they're not scooters because there's not a handle on them, but they kind of balance themselves. It's kind of like a skateboard with wheels, motorized wheels.
Yeah.
And it's really kind of impressive. Collins has one of them. And he rides that thing around all over the place.
I saw Big Simon on one today. I said, man, you too big for that thing.
I did too, man. It takes really good balance.
They're very popular now.
I asked Collins the other day, how long can that thing go on that battery? He said about 10 hours.
I mean, these guys ride them to the ballpark.
Yeah.
I mean, in a city like Minneapolis, where the hotel is pretty close to the yard.
Here's the 3-1. Full count now on Collins.
And I think if you just lean a certain way, like with your feet, it just turns. I mean, it's
pretty amazing.
Yeah.
You know who else rides one is Little Victor. Little Victor's cruising around a clubhouse in that thing, man. He drives it like he's a pro.
I bet you Little Victor got a whole lot of toys, man.
Yeah, he does. Swing and a miss, and Collins is out of there. Fourth strikeout now for Santana. Go to the bottom of the 6th inning here at Target Field. We remind you to follow the Tigers wherever you are with MLB.com at BAP. It's the #1 app for live baseball. It batters up to the moment at any moment with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, StatCast, radio broadcast, and more. Get MLB.com at BAT for your smartphone or your tablet. And we have a wall-side windows pitching change. Drew Verhagen.
Impressive numbers for Verhagen. No earned runs in his last 16 innings pitched. He got his first major league win on Sunday. That was in Cleveland, and he came in this game last night with the bases loaded, gave him a hit, and drove in a couple, but then he got a double play to get himself out of that particular jam. He's thrown tons of ground balls since he's come up from the minor leagues, and he's looked outstanding in the Tigers bullpen.
So Verhagen goes to work and delivers outside.
Batting average against Verhagen in his last 11 appearances, just 189.
There's a strike called on the #9 hitter, Eduardo Escobar. Verhagen follows Albuquerque, who followed Norris, the starter, who is on a strict pitch limit tonight. Escobar, then Hicks, then Dozier. Swing and a miss. 2-2 on Escobar, who bounced out. He's got a homer in this series, 3 for 9. Verhagen's 2-2 is lifted down the left field line, slicing. Into the seats it goes, out of the reach of Tyler Collins.
I believe those things that everybody's riding these days are called mono rovers. That all the players are rolling around in these days.
Verhagen with the 2-2. High 3-2. It's funny because Little Victor had his in the clubhouse yesterday. Let one of the clubbies use it.
And he couldn't do it.
No, he not only couldn't do it, he took a header and slammed into a desk. There's a ground ball to third.
See, that's what I would do, too. That's why I can't get on one of those.
Victor picked it up and said, man, give me that thing. Time for a game breakdown. Here's Justin White. '80th win of the year for the Yankees. There you see the wild card standings. Houston right now is in that second wild card spot. They're getting it handed to them tonight. It's now 14-3 Texas. Aaron Hicks is 0 for 2 fly out pop up.
Meanwhile, the Texas Rangers, man, they're putting it on the Houston Astros. 14-3. And they've taken all 3 games of the series so far. They're not going to lose this one.
Here's the 1-1. Brian Dozier will be next. 1-run ball game. The only run allowed tonight by Tigers pitching. The home run by Rosario. Here's a strike call.
94-mile-per-hour fastball. A little tilt on it. A little arm side sink.
Now the 2-2. We'll get back out of play. Hicks, we talked about this the other night, Rod. Just looks like a different guy than the guy we saw earlier this year and the guy that was rushed to the big leagues.
It appears that after he came off the disabled list and a stint in the minor leagues and Paul Molitor put him in that leadoff spot, he has just flourished. And he's worn out the Tigers this year anyway. Look at Andrew.
Wow, nice hands there by Romine, but he threw it away. Andrew made a nice play to pick that ball. They're going to give Hicks second base.
Ball hit sharply at Romine. He had to back up on it, which created a tricky hop for him. And then he took his time, and he noticed that Hicks was very close to first base, so he rushed his throw, and he airmailed Avila.
E6, that'll put the tying run in scoring position. And Brad wants to know, why did he get second base? Adam Hammery, the home plate umpire, giving him the explanation. Tigers want to look at it, though. There's Gene Lamont in touch now with Matt Martin, who's looking over the replays to see if the Tigers want to challenge this. He's safe at first for sure, but whether or not they should give him second. I don't think that ball went into the seats and ricocheted back. And if it hit the fence in front of the dugout area, it should not be given second base. And they're going to want to look at it. So the Tigers will challenge here. That's Ted Barrett to the right.
He's the crew chief.
This is the best look we have here. Yeah, it looked like that ball hit the screen.
Exactly.
So I don't know why they gave him second base. Good shot. They're going to send him back to first, I would think. It will be an error, though, on Romine any way you slice it, and the Twins will have a base runner. It's just a matter of where they put him. Call on the field was the ball was out of play, and that's why they gave him second base. But at least from the one angle we had, which was the best view, it looked like it may have hit the screen, but maybe there's no screen there. It's a tricky one here. I wonder if it hit the camera and came back. And there is no screen there because there is no screen right in front of the camera well.
Apparently they're having a difficult time in New York sorting this one out too, but now we have an answer.
Well, they're going to give him second base. Now, I'm not sure what they saw that we didn't see. Maybe it did hit the back of the camera well and came out. Again, there is no screen there in front of the camera well. So in any event, put the tying run at second. Then turns out, well, we'll see if it turns out to be a sizable call here. Brian Dozier will step in. Dozier is 0 for 2. Strikeout, flyout. Ball one inside. Drilled to left field on a line. Collins will come on. Got a chance to double him up. And he does out at second base.
Where was he going?
Hicks was about 3/4 of the way down the line. A big double play for the Tigers. Collins came up throwing and fired a clothesline.
Play of the game. We don't have to go back very far. Tyler Collins. It makes a nice play in the outfield. Ball hit directly at him, and I don't know what Aaron Hicks was doing on second base. He could clearly see the ball was hit right at Collins, but he ventured off the bag too far. Collins fired the ball back to second to complete the double play.
So it stays a one-run ball game. Tigers still have the lead in this one as we go to the seventh. Jeffrey Marte will lead it off. Marte, McCann, and then Avila. Irvin Santana has just thrown his 94th pitch of the night. Now, they've not scored against him since getting 2 in the first. Santana had a 1-2-3-6. This will find the seats. 1 ball and 1 strike on Jeffrey Marte, single and a strikeout. Level it now, 2-2 on Marte. McCann waiting on deck. Bottom part of the lineup against Santana here. Well, Santana came into this game with a home ERA of 6.75, but he's done good work. It looked like he was going to have another rough one here tonight at home by giving up the 2 early runs, but nothing since then. Another foul back out of play. Ooh, up and in. It's ball 4. The leadoff man is on here in the 7th. 4 walks for Santana. Now an even 100 for Irvin.
Didn't look like he was going to be in the game as long as he's been able to pitch here tonight after he got off to a real rocky start. And throwing 27 in the first and 17 more in the second. Minnesota not expecting a bunt here from McCann. But McCann does have the ability, if he wants to, he could bunt for a base hit.
Plouffe moved in a couple of steps to third base after looking into the dugout, but no sign there of a bunt, swing and a miss.
And Paul Molitor has watched McCann pepper the baseball all around this ballpark. Therefore, he didn't feel like McCann would be bunting in a 1-run game.
Tigers got 2 in the first. Rosario hit a home run in the third to make it 2-1. Now it's 0-2 on McCann. Brian Dunsing, the left-hander, warming up for the Twins.
Twins still without their closer, Glenn Perkins, who is battling some back spasms. Has been battling for a while.
Swing and a miss, and McCann goes down, 1 out.
Carved him up nicely. First pitch slider, second pitch fastball, third pitch slide piece.
5 strikeouts for the right-hander. Here's Avila. We've had only 6 hits in this game combined between the 2 teams. 4 for the Tigers and only 2 for Minnesota.
And first 2 plate appearances of the evening for Avila. As Santana started Alex off with changeups.
Rolled foul, 0-1. Walking a ground out for Avila tonight. Starting at first base in place of Miguel Cabrera, who got the night off. Miguel 0 for his last 19 at bats. There's the shift that they employ against Avila. And they pitch him outside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Avila has been known to slap the ball the other way to beat the shift on occasion. It's a lot of room down that third base line. Last time we played against the Minnesota Twins earlier this year, they were taking Trevor Plouffe, who is at the shortstop position right now, and they were taking him and placing him into right field, and they were leaving the shortstop at home. They've changed that now. Plouffe is staying on that left side of the infield.
In there, a strike called, and 2-2 now on Avila.
Alex sprays the ball around. 6 to right, 12 to left, 11 to center. He's actually gone the opposite way and up the middle more than he has pulled the baseball this year.
Now he's gone 3-2.
And you wonder if Brad will start the runner. Might as well.
Santana is up to 108 pitches. His high for the season is 119. He threw that a couple of starts ago. Ground ball, right side, diving stop. Dozier throws to second, one relay to first, an awkward looking double play, but they turned it nonetheless. Third of the ninth, turned behind Santana. Subway Series on tap. Wild card leading Yankees take on the National League East leading Mets. Then the American League Central leading Royals square off against your Tigers. A game you can see only on Fox Sports 1. Coverage begins at 12:30 Eastern on Fox and then 7 p.m. Eastern on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Well, here we go to the bottom of the 7th. Tigers clinging to a 2-1 lead. Middle of the lineup coming up for the Twins against Drew Verhagen. Irvin Santana getting 3 double plays in this game in the last 4 innings, helping out his cause. Joe Mauer leads it off, and Mauer's showing bunts. Mauer 0 for 2, strikeout, ground out. Those 2 at bats came against the starter Daniel Norris, who went 3 2/3 before departing.
Yeah, Mauer does have 3 bunt base hits this year.
Lane Hardy is warming up. Here's the 1-1. 2 balls and 1 strike. Mauer has not reached base yet tonight. He has that streak going. 35 consecutive games. Bob Alliston holds the record for the Twins, 42 straight games reaching. And he missed again. 3-1.
Mauer's manager, Paul Molitor, reached base safely in 38 straight games back in 1996.
There's a whole lot of lightning going on around the ballpark now. And guess what? He has just reached base. So his streak continues, 36 in a row. Leadoff walk, tying run is on. Now Miguel Sano. Sano hit a ball in his last at bat that I thought for sure was going out. He hit it to deep right field. It ended up being a double against the wall in right. He's 1 for 2.
Got a little bit of wind blowing in from right field this evening.
On the outer edge, a strike. Sano now 3 hits, 3 RBIs in this series. Fouled off.
Good breaking ball there thrown by Verhagen. Fastball's gotten up to 95. Then he's got this breaking ball that he's releasing out in front. He's getting a whole lot of depth on that curveball tonight. You can throw this one up. You don't have to throw him a strike here to get him to swing and miss for sure.
Buried it in the dirt, but Sano not biting.
It's a nice job by McCann. If you're a pitcher and you know that your catcher will block that ball in the dirt for you, you're not afraid to throw it down there. See what they want to finish him off with. They're going to go back to that breaking ball. Don't hang it.
In the dirt again. McCann another block, and it's 2-2.
McCann has been textbook on those last 2 blocks in the dirt.
Verhagen came on in the 6th. He faced 3 batters, got a double play. He has walked a man here in the 7th. Pulled on the ground. Fair ball over the bag at third base. Mauer is on his way to third. They're going to stop him there. Right down the line. Ted Barrett was right there to make the call.
Let's take a look at the pitch by pitch. Anytime he steps up, you want to get strike 1 on him, which he did. Then he went to a lot of different breaking balls, which McCann was able to block. Now, if you're Sano, you know a fastball is coming on this next offering. It was a fastball that looked like it was off the plate, and somehow he was able to keep that ball fair down the third baseline for a double, and now the Minnesota Twins are in business. Runners on second and third with nobody out.
Marte was trying to buy the call, but Ted Barrett was not going to give it to him, and now the go-ahead run is in scoring position. Tying run at third. Trevor Plouffe is 0 for 2, and he looks at a strike.
And the Tigers conceding the run on the infield. Everybody playing deep at their respective positions, which means anything hit on the ground, they are going to tie this game. Here's where Verhagen, if you're a young pitcher, you really just have to forget about Joe Mauer, who's at third base. He pretty much is going to score.
0-2.
But the one guy that you want not to score is Sano. So you have to make some quality pitches and forget about Mauer on third base. It's one of the things that Jim Leyland used to always tell his pitchers when they would be faced with this kind of situation. He'd go out and talk to him, and he'd say, forget about that guy on third. Let's just say he's going to score, but limit the rest of the damage this inning.
Sprayed foul back out of play.
It's a good pitch there. Apparently a breaking ball is what Plouffe is looking for, so you might want to throw him another fastball, but get this one up, and you might just get that strikeout.
Ground out, fly out tonight for Plouffe.
Here comes that fastball up.
Swing and a miss, and he got him to swing right through it.
Oh, that was a beautiful thing right there.
And Plouffe is out of there for the first out of the inning, and a huge out for Verhagen.
That is a thing of beauty. They could tell on the previous swing by Plouffe, McCann could tell that he was looking for a breaking ball because he was so tardy on the fastball. So what does he do? He goes back with another fastball, this time upstairs, and he gets Plouffe to swing right through it.
Torrey Hunter is 0 for 2, ground out strikeout. 287 this season with runners in scoring position. Nice pickup by McCann in the backhand. Leadoff walk to Mauer, double by Sano. And with one out, Torrey Hunter. We're in the 7th inning in Minnesota. 2-1 Tigers. Hunter shoots one off the glove of Marte into left. 1 run scores. Sano will go to 3rd, and we are tied at 2. RBI single for Torrey Hunter.
Ball hit sharply on a breaking ball off the bat of Torrey Hunter. It looked like Marte was going to make that play. And had he caught that ball, Sano on second base was about 10 feet off the bag. They would have gotten themselves another double play, and they would have gotten out of the inning. Oh, so close.
Verhagen is out. Tigers go back to the bullpen. We'll be back. Just knocked in a run, a single off the glove of the third baseman Marte, and now the new left-hander coming in is Blaine Hardy.
And Blaine Hardy, that bottom note, has inherited 44 base runners this year. 12 of those have come around to score. Having a really good year with an ERA that sits at 2.81, pitching in his 65th game. He's going to have 70 appearances this year, possibly.
Here is Rosario to stand in. Swing and a miss, 0-1. 2-2 game, each ball club with 4 hits. Yeah, it's kind of hard to believe. I mean, you think about what Blaine Hardy has done, and even Wilson, they are really piling up the appearances. When you get to 70, that's a pretty good year's work.
Yes, it is.
Speaking of Wilson, here he is. Rosario homered off Norris in the 3rd. Close play down there at first base. Hunter just got back in.
And a quick snap throw over there by Blaine. He nearly caught Torrey napping over there. I guess when you get 40, though, you need a nap during the day sometime.
Yeah, but not on the base pass. It's not advisable. The 0-1. Stayed away. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Torrey going to be faced with a difficult decision next year on whether he wants to play or not and accept a reduced role with Minnesota. They got 3 young kids that more than likely are going to get most of the reps in the outfield. Rosario, Hicks, and Byron Buxton.
Ground ball, base hit right field. That'll score the go-ahead run. Hunter goes to second, and the Twins have their first lead of the night.
Rosario has 2 hits tonight. Both of his hits off left-handers.
Yeah. I don't know about you, but I think this Rosario is a really good player.
This Rosario should be in the Rookie of the Year conversation. That's how well he's playing. As soon as he hit this ball, which was a breaking ball, the second one that Hardy threw, he let his bench know.
That has given the Twins the lead. It's 3-2. Lefty-lefty matchup, and Rosario again comes through with a big hit.
Well, Hardy started him off with a breaking ball, and then he came right back with that same exact breaking ball, and Rosario was waiting for it.
Danny Santana has picked up a bat and moved to the on-deck circle with Herman, the catcher, due up. So Herman doesn't bat.
And he's a switch hitter, so more than likely Brad Ausmus will not counter this move unless Danny has numbers on one side of the plate that aren't very good.
So Santana stands in. First and second, and still only 1 out. Irvin Santana, well, did a great job tonight after giving up 2 runs in the first, nothing after that.
He's in line to win this game.
Yeah, his offense is caught up.
So I guess Brad's going to turn Santana around to the left side.
Hardy faces Rosario, who singles to right field to give the Twins the lead. And he'll take the baseball, so Blaine is out after 1 batter. Wilson will be coming in for the Tigers, and we'll be back. Have their first lead of the night. They're up 3-2 with first and second and 1 out, and now it's up to Alex Wilson.
And Wilson got his 7th hold last night, pitching a 1-2-3-8 inning. He is now pitching in his 56th game this year. His earned run average is outstanding. It's at 2.15, and he has 38 strikeouts, 11 base on balls out of that Tigers bullpen so far this year. Here's that 1-2-3-8 last night. Rondon came on in the ninth to get the save. Ground ball, pop up, ground ball, thrown by Alex Wilson.
So it'll be Santana batting from the left side against the right-hander Alex Wilson. Here's why. Wilson is in. Only 197 left-handed for Santana. Marte is in tight at third base defensively. And Santana takes ball 1. Wilson going up against the bottom of the lineup here. The pitch hitter Santana, then the number 9 hitter Escobar waiting on deck.
Santana is not having a good year, but he has really good career numbers against Tigers pitching.
Slap toward left field, foul. There's action in the Twins bullpen as Casey Fiend begins to warm up.
We saw Casey a couple nights ago.
Santana is .341 career versus Detroit.
He had a 6-hit game last year against the Tigers.
Pulled foul. Right outside the bag at first, 1-2. Wind is whipping up around the ballpark here. We had a 54-minute rain delay at the start of this one. So we got going late tonight. Tigers scored 2 in the first. They have not scored since. And the Twins have come back to take the lead. Ball high. Santana thought about offering, did not. 2-2.
And Tigers still have a huge weapon on their side. That would be Miguel Cabrera. Should Brad want to use him in a pinch hitting role here this evening? Paul Molitor knows that Miggy is sitting over there as well.
Fouled away. Santana continues to battle. 2-2.
Last night, Paul Molitor used his 8th inning guy, Trevor May, to pitch a couple of innings. He brought him in the 7th inning, and he stayed out there for a while, so maybe Trevor May not available tonight. He's usually been their 8th inning guy, getting the ball to Jepsen. Jepsen also pitched in last night's game.
Outside, and now the count goes full to 3-2. The inning started with a walk to Joe Mauer. Sano then doubled right over the bag at third base, leaving runners at second and third with 1 out. Hunter and Rosario with RBI hits. And they occupy the bases right now. Torrey at second, Rosario at first. In the air to center field. That's going to be a routine play for Ghost. He'll size it up. Hunter will bluff but hold, and that's a big out. 2 gone. Now Eduardo Escobar. He's put the ball on the ground twice in this game. 4-3, 5-3. Brad right now talking through some scenarios. There's a ball outside to Eduardo Escobar.
He was talking to Wally Joyner, possibly about getting some of their guys ready to pinch hit. Maybe Miggy.
Here's the 1-0. Popped him up. Shallow center field. The second baseman Kinsler is called off by Ghosts, and that'll end the inning. However, the Twins take the lead, and we go to the 8th. Fox Sports Detroit is brought to you by Comerica Bank. Raise your expectations of what a bank can be when it's time. Come to Comerica. Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Visit ChevyDetroit.com. See why Chevy drives the Motor City. And by Wallside Windows, we can do that. We are the factory. Minnesota now with its first lead of the night, 3-2 in favor of the Twins, as we travel now to the top of the 8th inning here at Target Field. Twins have gone to the bullpen. Casey Fiend will check in.
Pretty much four-seam fastballs and cutters thrown by Casey Fiend, an occasional breaking ball. But he likes to come after you with hard stuff. 55 games prior to this outing here this evening. 15 holds for the former Tiger, Casey Fiend.
New catcher as well. Kurt Suzuki is behind the dish now. They pinch hit for Herman. Andrew Romine will lead things off. Santana threw 109 pitches before departing. And he'll give way to Casey Fiend. Romine goes Kinsler due up here in the 8th. 1-run game. And Romine looks at ball 1. Tigers have not had a hit since the 4th. They have had a couple of walks, actually 3 since then, but no hits. Double play ball's been a problem again tonight for the Tigers. They've hit into 3 of them. Ouch. Romine takes ball 2. See if the Tigers can get that leadoff man on. Fiend, 31 years old, as the Tigers get Neftali Feliz warming up in their bullpen. Fiend appeared in the big leagues with the Tigers in 2009 and 2010. Ground ball, base hit right field. Romine is on with the leadoff single. It's his 2nd hit of the night, tying run out. Hey, as promised earlier in the game, we have selected the Data Strong fan photo of the game. Tweet your strongest fan photo to hashtag Detroit Data Strong Fan for a chance to have it featured in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile. Look who's coming off the bench.
I guess Brad must feel like by pinch hitting Miguel in this particular situation that they will not walk him. So I guess he figures this is the only opportunity to get him into the game.
Take a shot?
Yeah, I guess. Anthony Ghost has been so good in September.
So Cabrera pinch hitting.
Hit it out, Miggy.
No balls, 1 strike. These are the career numbers for Miguel pinch hitting.
Only 9 at the bats as a pinch hitter in 13 years.
No, pinch hitting's supposed to be hard. He's 4 for 9. Cabrera on the road trip 1 for 20. Bust out of it right here.
He's due.
Swing and a miss.
Well, we saw Brad talking to Wally Joyner in the dugout. And we kind of speculated that he was going to go get Miguel and tell him to be ready to hit.
So what's the protocol here? If you know you're going to pinch hit, go down to the cage and take some swings?
Oh, for sure. Miggy's been down there getting loose, taking some swings, probably doing some stretching.
Cabrera is 0 for his last 19. The batting average at .336 now. He used the go-ahead run at the plate here in the 8th. Well, the wind really whipping around now. Swing and a miss. He went fishing, and Cabrera goes down on strikes. 1 away.
And Miguel left the strike zone and swinging at that cut fastball that was up and away from him that he could not catch up to. And Casey Fiend threw Miguel 2 fastballs.
Here is Kinsler. 1 on, 1 out. 0 for 3 for Kinsler.
Had Brad not used Miguel there for Anthony Gose, he was not going to use him for Kinsler. He was not going to use them for the Martinez brothers either, which bat behind Ian Kinsler. So I guess he decided that was the only spot that he could use him, and they would pitch to Miguel to pinch hit for Anthony Gose, I'm assuming.
Fly ball right field. Torrey Hunter has this one measured. Well, it makes sense. You'd probably, looking down the lineup, you'd probably say maybe Collins or Marte, but would it get that far? You're not guaranteed of that. Actually, you would be guaranteed for Collins. But he took a shot there, and Miguel struck out. 2 away. Now J.D. Martinez. Single ground out strikeout for J.D. Strike one in the outer edge.
Need to get ready to hit when Fiend is on the mound. He doesn't walk many. He's only walked 7 this year.
Fiend pitched mostly in the minor leagues with the Tigers. He appeared in 11 games at the major league level. That's it.
He's found a home in Minnesota.
Yeah, I would say so. He's been used better than 70 times each of the last 2 years. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
.22 home runs this year for Martinez with runners on base. That is the most in the major leagues. He has a total of 36.
Fouled away. Now he's behind in the count, 1-2.
And we've well documented over the course of this year just how clutch J.D. Martinez is with his homers 7th inning or later.
Kevin Jeffson warming up. Leadoff single by Romine. He is still at first base with 2 outs. Bouncing ball to third. That is a foul ball. Kloof made the throw anyway, but they signaled foul. J.D. meanwhile was busting it down the line. He'll have to come back. Each ball club with 5 hits. The Twins took the lead in the bottom of the 7th with a 2-run 7th inning.
I'll give you one more number on the Miguel Cabrera and Casey Fiend situation and why Brad probably pinch hit Miggy in this particular situation. Miggy was hitting .500 against Casey Fiend, 6 for 12.
Well, that's pretty convincing. Give Fiend credit, though. He struck him out in a big spot. 1-2. And J.D. takes high. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
That's about the best fastball you'll see from Fiend. 94. Every now and then he'll touch 95.
Victor waiting on deck. Here's the 2-2 instead. Back to first, chasing Romine in there just to make sure that Romine knows he's paying attention. Casey Fiend was drafted the year the Tigers went to the World Series. 2006 was a 20th round selection that year. Here's the 2-2. Just off the plate. 3-2 now on J.D.
Second consecutive night Casey Fiend has thrown a fastball that he thought was a strike, and he's walked off the mound like he's the umpire.
Ooh, that was close, but it was clearly outside. Now it's full 3-2. You know what that means? Romine will have a head start. High fly ball right field. Torrey Hunter is camping under it, and that is that for the Tigers. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. Bottom of the 8th coming up.
Leather in this series. In last night's game, he made an outstanding play to rob Escobar, their shortstop, of a single. And Chevrolet brings you the high-strength steel. He's at it again tonight. Rosario, who had already homered, made a bid for another base hit in the 5th, and Ian Kinsler came up diving, sprawling, got to his feet in a hurry, and threw him out at first base. Otherwise, Rosario would have 3 knocks tonight.
Yeah, no doubt. But Kinsler equal to the task, and now the Tigers go back to the bullpen. Neftali Feliz will come in. Got a new center fielder as well. Rajay Davis will take over for the departed Anthony Gose. Top of the order, Hicks, then Dozier, then Mauer against Feliz. Ball 1 high. Fouled back out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike on Hicks. Twins in search of some insurance runs. Hicks in the ballgame tonight, reaching on an error by Romine in the 6th, but did not score. In fact, he was doubled up. That's drilled toward left field, slicing away. Feliz made his first appearance as a Tiger here in Minnesota. That was back in July when the Rangers let him go, and the Tigers picked him up. Pitched a scoreless inning here in Minneapolis, his first as a Tiger. Two balls, 2 strikes. There's Dozier waiting on deck. Twins trying to gain a game on Houston, who lost. They are right now in the second wild card position. And then he checked it. Did he go? Yes, says Ted Barrett.
Here's the 1-800 call Sam call of the game. In case you missed this earlier, Daniel Norris made his first start since August 19th, and he was really good. He threw some outstanding breaking balls with real nice tilt. The fastball was coming out of his hand nicely. He got all the way up to 96 miles an hour. His only blemish was a home run that he gave up to the left fielder, Rosario. It was a solo shot.
He was supposed to go 50. That was the area they wanted to keep him in. He went 47 pitches in this game. Looked awfully good.
If he comes out of this okay, and I don't see why he shouldn't, he will probably pitch next Tuesday at Comerica Park.
Brian Dozier is 0 for 3 and 0 for 10 in the series. He does have 3 walks. Way high, and the count goes 2-0 on Dozier. He came in 5th in the American League in extra bases with 65. Now the 2-0. Outside, 3 balls, no strikes. There's Mauer waiting on deck. He takes it. It's a strike on Dozier. 3-1. Phillies wants to keep him in the ballpark. 27 home runs this year.
26 of those home runs to left field, 1 to center field. No homers for Dozier to right field.
Hit that ball straight up. And McCann lets go of the mask and makes the play. 2 gone. Here is the upcoming matchup presented by Gordon Chevrolet. It's an off day tomorrow, but then the Royals come to town and they're struggling, and I mean struggling. Johnny Cueto comes in against JV.
Yeah, the Kansas City Royals are hoping that Cueto can figure out some things. His earned run average is 5.43, and he's won 2 and lost 6 since they acquired him from the Cincinnati Reds. Justin Verlander, for whatever reason, this year the 5th inning has been a difficult inning for him. It's the one that jumped up and bit him in his last start in Cleveland. His earned run average in that inning is over 8, so I'm sure he'll be trying to figure that out.
Here's Joe Mauer. It was his walk in the 7th that got the go-ahead rally going. There's a strike. 0-1.
That's what those walks usually do.
He walks a no double. 1 out later, a single by Hunter scored the tying run. Then a single by Rosario scored the go-ahead run. Mauer at 270 on the year. Pulls that one on the ground to second, right at Kinsler, and that's going to be a 1-2-3 for Phillies. So we will go to the top of the 9th inning in a 1-run game. Here, the Twins trying to hold on to a 1-run lead and gain a game on Houston for that second wild card spot. The Tigers have to face now Kevin Jepsen here in the ninth.
Jepsen is pitching in his 69th game, and between Tampa and also Minnesota. He's been closing games lately for the Minnesota Twins. That Glenn Perkins is on the disabled list, and he's done a very nice job in doing so in the absence of Perkins.
7 for 7 in save opportunities. They've tightened up their defense. Aaron Hicks has moved to right field, and the new center fielder is the speedy Byron Buxton. So it's Martinez, Collins, and Marte due up here in the top of the ninth. Kevin Jepsen will go to work against Victor, who is 0 for 3 in this game. Flied out to center in his last at bat. They played a pull with shift. And Victor looks at ball 1 to get things started here in the ninth. 1 for 7 career against Jepsen. Each ball club with 5 hits tonight. The Twins have 1 more run. They lead 3-2. Victor rolls it foul. 1 ball and 1 strike. Jepsen acquired from the Rays on July the 31st. The Twins gave up 2 minor league pitchers. 2.81 ERA with the Rays. We mentioned he is 7 for 7 in save opportunities after taking over for Glenn Perkins, who's battling that bad back. Outside, the count goes to 2-1. Jepsen, pretty good example of how you don't have to be that huge name at the trading deadline to make a difference for a ball club in the pennant race. Joined their bullpen all of a sudden. Now he's closing games with Perkins out. Here's the 2-1. 2-2 on Victor Martinez.
96 right down the middle, and fouled off into the glove and then dropped by Suzuki.
There's Collins waiting on deck. Bouncing ball slowly toward Jepsen. He's going to barehand it, off balance throw. Mauer can't handle it, and the runner is safe.
Jepsen had more time than he thought with Victor running down the line. Victor not running well these days. Jepsen could have taken more time and made sure that he made a better throw to first base instead of backing up toward that third baseline, and they would have gotten the out there. But the Tigers most definitely will take that.
Infield hit. Tying run is on. Steven Moya comes on a pinch run. Here is Tyler Collins. Jepsen tried to make an off-balance throw. Mauer is unable to scoop it down there at first. Didn't seem like a tricky hop, but it kind of handcuffed him. Now Tyler had a 2-run double in the first inning. And he looks at ball 1 outside. A 2-run double came with 2 outs in the first. Here's Jepsen's 1-0. Sliced back out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike. Tigers got 2 in the first, and then Santana shut them down the rest of the way. Fiend pitched the 8th, and now Jepson here in the 9th. Fouled straight back, and it's 1-2 now. Tyler Collins.
Collins did a nice job of fouling off that mid-90s fastball that was up in the strike zone. Most left-handers absolutely love the ball down. Therefore, Jepson threw Victor up in the zone, and now throwing Collins up in the zone as well.
That'll get away from Suzuki. Not far enough, though. 2 balls, 2 strikes. They're going to come back with a fastball in on Collins. And it's lined into right field, a base hit. Moya hits the bag at second. He's going to third, and the Tigers will have runners at second and third. Collins is safe.
Whoa.
Collins gambles and gets to second.
That's a bad throw by Hicks, who is now the right fielder. He should have never thrown that ball to third base. And because he threw that ball to third base, that allowed Collins to get into scoring position. And boy, was it close. Had that throw been a little bit lower, Collins would have been out, but the throw was high. And that left hand got in there just ahead of the tag of Brian Dozier. If you're Mollinger, it really doesn't cost you anything to challenge this, does it?
No, it doesn't, but clearly he's in there. Ooh, well, they are going to challenge it.
Oh, yeah. He's got nothing to lose by challenging it.
Collins has had 2 huge hits tonight.
Yes, he has.
He's doubled with 2 outs in the first inning, and now that base hit to right field.
He had a big hit last night, too.
So we'll see if the Tigers have runners at second and third here with nobody out. Here's a different angle.
It's a great slide by Collins, and really only giving Dozier that left arm to tag.
Yeah, there's no way they turn that. So now it's second and third, and that'll bring up Marte. Tigers in great shape here now with nobody out, down by a run.
A rookie mistake by Hicks, the right fielder, again throwing that ball to third base. He was not going to throw out Moya.
Marte single and a walk in this game. Moya the tying run at third, Collins the go-ahead run at second.
Jepson has not blown a save since he has been closing for the Minnesota Twins.
Ground ball back up the middle, base hit into center field. That's going to get 2 runs in as Marte comes through, and the Tigers have taken the lead.
He's blown a save now. Marte comes up with a big base hit on a curveball thrown by Jepson, just out of the reach of Escobar, the shortstop, who was playing Marte to pull. Four
4-3 ball game, and here is McCann now, still nobody out. 3 straight hits for the Tigers to grab the lead. That'll head back to the seats. 0-1 on McCann. And it all started with that little nubber of an infield hit for Victor Martinez. And had Jepson taken his time on that play, probably could have thrown him out.
Minnesota this year 61-1 when leading after 8 innings this season.
Tigers now have 4 runs on 8 hits. They had not scored since the first, and they had plated 2 here in the 9th inning. Bunted foul down the third base line. No balls, 2 strikes.
It's a good idea. Really good idea by McCann. And Plouffe at third was well in back of the third base bag. Had he gotten it down, he could have walked to first base. How about that? A single by Marte that scores Collins and Moya.
Bruce Rondon warming up in the bullpen. Swing and a miss, and McCann is out of there. First out of the inning. That'll bring up Avila. Oh for 2 for Avila. He does have a walk. That was in the 5th inning. Jepson stays outside. Jepson was 7 for 7 in save opportunities after taking over for Glenn Perkins. In fact, with the Twins, opponents were batting just 130 against him. But the Tigers open up with 3 hits here in the 9th. Swing and a miss. Hicks, the right fielder's throw to third base, allowed Collins to get to second, which set up the 2-run single. 2-1 now on Avila.
Alex should get a pretty good fastball to hit right here from Jepson. He likes his fastball. It's a firm fastball as well, 95-96.
Ripped to right field. That's going to be a base hit. That'll advance Marte to second base.
Avila knew he was going to get the fastball from Jepson. It was in the mid-90s, and Avila simply turned on it and hit an absolute rocket to right field for a solid single. You live to get yourself in 2-1 counts, and you know you're going to get that fastball from the opposing pitcher. Sounded loud coming off of Alex's bat.
That is the 4th hit in the inning now for the Tigers, and they're getting back on the phone to get the bullpen working. Here's Andrew Romine, who singled in the 8th. Ball 1 on Romine. A couple of insurance runs would look good here. Tigers have regained the lead. They scored 2 in the 1st, 2 in the 9th.
Andrews had a nice day. He singled in the 2nd. He also singled in the 8th.
Blaine Boyer is warming up, the right-hander. fouled away. 1 ball, 1 strike. Twins in the bottom of the 9th will have Sano, Plouffe, and Buxton due up. Two and 1. Single in the 2nd, single in the 8th for Romine. 3 hits in the series. He's had himself a pretty good road trip offensively. Way high. 3 balls, 1 strike. Rajay Davis waiting on deck. He took over defensively for Anthony Gose.
If he loses Romine, and Paul Molitor is going to have to go get him.
On the outer edge, 3-2. Romine stays alive. Tigers trying to hold on for their 67th win. Jeffson about to throw his 25th pitch in this 9th inning. Bouncing ball to short, should be 2. That's a 6-3 double play. The Tigers have hit into 4 of those tonight. However, the Tigers have taken the lead. 4-3 is our score. Bruce Rondon going to be coming in as we go to the 9th inning, the bottom of the 9th inning. In the meantime, we'll send you back to the Call Sam studios and check in with Justin White and Craig Monroe.
Back to Tyler Collins and the fact that he was watching this play all the way after the single into right field. He saw that Hicks in right field tried to throw Moya out at third base, and therefore he never stopped running. He was able to get to second with a head-first slide, which was challenged but not overturned, and then he came home to score on the Marte single up the middle. Just really good base running by Tyler Collins.
So Bruce Rondon is in now to protect a 1-run lead in the bottom of the 9th.
Well, this was the final out last night for Bruce Rondon, and it was Miguel Sano. He struck him out on 3 straight sliders, and here they are. Sano wasn't close to any of these pitches, and that preserved the win for the Tigers. Rondon had thrown 17 straight fastballs before throwing Sano 3 straight slide pieces.
Sano will get it started here in the bottom of the ninth, and he'll look at a strike. 0-1. Sano with a couple of doubles in this game, a run scored as well. 4-3. Tigers have the lead with 2 in the top of the ninth. Here's the 0-1. No balls, 2 strikes on Sano.
Well, Sano knows what's coming now. McCann said, you're going to throw this slider whether you want to or not.
Oh, where was it?
McCann put down the 3. Rondon said no. He put the 3 down again. McCann, he said no, and then he threw another one.
Strike 3 right there.
Full umpire.
Time called as McCann walks out to the mound. Bruce thought he had strike 3 with that last pitch, didn't get the call. Inside, came back with a triple digits fastball. Now it's gone 2-2 on Sano. Plouffe is on deck. Oh, almost hit him. It'll go to the backstop. 3-2.
Well, last night, Rondon was able to get the save, but he also walked the batter in that 9th inning, and that just can't happen here to Sano, not after getting ahead of him 0-2.
And he walked him. He got ahead of him and walks Sano. The tying run is on. He's on base for the 3rd time. They're going to pitch run now for Sano. He'll come out of the ball game. Eduardo Nunez will come in. He's the tying run at first. Now here is Trevor Plouffe. Plouffe is 0 for 3. And he gets away from McCann. To second base goes the tying run, Nunez.
That is so unfortunate for Rondon and McCann and the Tigers, because the guy standing in the batter's box has grounded into more double plays than anybody in the American League, 27 of those. And there was absolutely nothing that McCann could do with that upper 90s fastball that was missed badly with location by Rondon.
So now they're a base hit away from maybe tying this game up. 1 ball, no strikes on Trevor Plouffe. Swing and a miss. And last play was ruled a passed ball on McCann. One ball, 1 strike on Plouffe. We froze him, but he missed.
That's the second breaking ball that's been thrown in this inning that's been very close, that Rondon has not gotten a call from Adam Hammer.
Just off the edge. So Rondon, a little bit of tough luck here. He looked like he had strike 3 on Sano. They didn't give it to him. Then a pass ball that advances the runner to second. Now he's gone behind here on Plouffe. Blown away, and now it's 3-1. So the pressure continues to mount for Bruce.
Even though this is a favorable fastball count for Trevor Plouffe, 3 balls, 1 strike, Rondon has the kind of stuff that he can throw it right by him, regardless of what the count is, if he locates it well.
Slicing away down the line, back out of play. Full count now, 3-2 on Plouffe. Byron Buxton waiting on deck. Sano let it off with a walk. Nunez comes on a pinch run, advances to second on a pass ball. Tigers able to take the lead on 3 straight hits at the top of this inning. 2-run single by Marte off Jepson. Now Rondon with the 3-2. Pulled fair inside the bag at third. Here comes Nunez around to score. They've tied it up. Throw to second. Not in time. A double and an RBI for Plouffe.
And there is nobody out.
Four game.
He threw a 3-2 slider into Trevor Plouffe, and Trevor Plouffe was able to catch it out in front and slice it right down the third baseline past a diving Marte.
So Plouffe comes out of the game. Shane Robinson will pinch run. He represents the winning run now. Nobody out. We'll see what they want to do with Buxton.
Well, if you're Bruce Rondon and you think that Buxton is up there bunting, what you have to do is elevate the fastball. It'll be very difficult for him to bunt that ball on the ground, and you might just get yourself a pop out with a fastball that reaches 100 miles an hour. And bunting a 100-mile-per-hour fastball is not the easiest thing to do in the game.
So the Twins have come back to tie it up. Walk, pass ball, and a double. They're in tight at the corners with Buxton up there. Let that one go by. 1-0. Tigers got 2 in the ninth. The Twins have added 1 in the bottom of the ninth to tie the game. He lays down a bunt, and Rondon will throw to first. They'll get the out there, but the sacrifice advances Robinson to third with 1 out.
They'll probably walk Rosario. He's already done enough damage here this evening. He's homered, and he's already singled, and he's drove in 2 runs. They've got to put him on first base.
Rosario, a home run and an RBI single. Winning run at third base with 1 out. And he will not bat. He will be walked intentionally.
Second intentional free pass of the season issued to Rosario.
Two balls, no strikes. Kurt Suzuki is on deck. There's ball 3, 1 more, and Rosario will take his base. And there is ball 4. So put runners at first and third. And here's Kurt Suzuki. So Suzuki, who is getting his first at bat after they pinch hit for Herman earlier in the game, will have to face Rondon now with first and third and 1 out.
You also have to be aware of a possible squeeze play. Anytime you're in this particular situation when you're playing against a scrappy team like Minnesota. Suzuki has grounded into 12 double plays this year.
Robinson, the winning run at third, Rosario at first.
And Robinson, if Suzuki is swinging the bat, he'll be coming on contact.
Runner breaks to second, and it's a ball outside, 1-0. Second and third now. Robinson wasn't biting on the bluff by McCann.
And Brad going to pull his infield in now.
They're in all the way around. Fouled back out of play. No balls, 2 strikes on Kurt Suzuki. Rondon now has thrown 20 pitches. He has 9 career walk-off hits, Suzuki. His latest was on August 1st against Seattle, an RBI single. Bouncing ball left side. Here comes Romine to the plate, and he is out at home plate. Robinson coming home is thrown out by Romine to keep the game alive.
Very quick feet by Andrew Romine at the shortstop position. The infield's in. He goes to his left a couple of steps and then fires a strike to McCann. And then McCann able to apply the swipe tag to Robinson as he tried to slide past him.
Now Molitor is going to go out and ask him, hey, would you mind taking a look at this? It's a game-deciding play here. So Hamry is calling in Ted Barrett. The umpires have the ability to look at this if they want, and they're going to. Anytime you have the game hinging in the balance, they're certainly going to look at it.
Yeah, because Molitor has no challenges. He used his challenge and he lost.
Boy, Hamry had a great look at it. Nice tag by McCann.
another look at it.
He called him out. So the Tigers are still breathing. And the tag right there. Clearly out. That'll bring Eduardo Escobar now with 2 outs, runners at first and third. Escobar is 0 for 3, couple of ground outs and a flyout. Rosario at third base, Suzuki at first. He'll be taking second base. First one is a strike call. We'll put runners at second and third. It'll get back out of play. Now it's 0-2 on Escobar. Four game. We're in the bottom of the ninth. Sliced foul out of play, so Rosario, or I should say Escobar, hanging tough. Rosario trying to bluff Rondon down the line at third base. Bruce about to throw his 25th pitch. 2 blown saves tonight, 1 for Jepson, 1 for Rondon. Way outside. Boy, McCann had to leave the crouch there.
It's a changeup there at 89 miles an hour thrown by Rondon. That really tailed on him.
One and two. Two balls and 2 strikes.
Back-to-back changeups. Well, if you're Escobar, you know what you're going to get now. First 2 pitches were fastballs. The next 2 pitches were changeups.
Hicks on deck. In the air to center field. Here comes Rajay Davis. He is under it, and the Tigers will live to see the 10th. So the Twins tied up with a run in the bottom of the ninth. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Well, for a while there, it looked like the Tigers had themselves a comeback victory. They were up 4-3 going to the bottom of the ninth, but Bruce Rondon blew his third save of the year, so it's a 4-4 game now, and we have a new pitcher on for the Minnesota Twins as we go to the 10th. It'll be the right-hander Blaine Boyer.
And Boyer pitching in his 61st game this year out of the bullpen for the Twins, and he's had a good year. And 16 holds, 245 earned run average, 30 strikeouts, 18 free passes issued by Boyer.
He's got the top of the order to deal with. It'll be Rajai Davis to start things off here. First at bat for Rajai, who came on as a defensive replacement. And Davis sends a ground ball to second base. Charging Dozier has it. 1 pitch, 1 out. New third baseman is Nunez. He stays in the game. Eduardo Nunez. Shane Robinson stays in the game in left.
First at bat of the series for Rajai Davis, and he treated it like it was a pinch hitting at bat, swinging at the first thing that Boyer threw, which was a fastball.
Here is Ian Kinsler. Bouncing ball back up the middle. Will it find a hole? It will. Off the glove of Dozier, but that'll be a 1-out single for Kinsler.
And Dozier has real good range at second base, able to get there and slow this one down, but there was absolutely no way that he was going to throw Ian out. You wonder if Ian's entertaining the thought of maybe stealing a bag here to get himself down into scoring position. Suzuki behind the plate, we've well documented the entire series. And has given up a lot of stolen bases.
Here is J.D. Martinez. J.D. looks at a strike 0-1 from Boyer.
Yeah, but you wonder whether Ian is a little leery of running in the situation and maybe stealing that bag and then letting them walk J.D. Martinez with Moya in the on-deck circle and not Victor Martinez. Victor was pinch ran for last half inning.
Tigers now have 10 hits on the board, only 6 for the Twins. The 0-1. 0-2 on J.D. Cabrera's been used as a pinch hitter, so he is out. Victor Martinez was pinch run for, so he is out of the game. Now Boyer ready with the 0-2. Swing and a miss. J.D. goes down on strikes, and there are 2 gone. It's going to bring up Steven Moya, who will get his first at bat. Came on as a pinch runner for Victor in the 9th and remains in the game as the DH. Moya this year in Toledo knocked in 74, hit 20 home runs. He started game 1 against Duffy, and they struck him out 4 times in the game. Moya looks at a ball low.
Moya has huge power. Minor league, Double-A, I should say, Eastern League Player of the Year last year after a monster season in Double-A.
Boyer ready with the 1-0 pitch. And it's in for a strike. Ooh, Moya disagreeing with Adam Hammery.
Boy, he's got big strike zone.
I was about to say the same thing.
He's 6 feet 6 inches.
Yep, upper reaches. Boy, the Tigers minor league player of the year last year. As Kinsler draws the throw. Steven got his feet wet last September when the Tigers called him up. Runner goes. Here comes the throw from Suzuki. It's going to be late. Stolen base.
That is stolen base number 70 this season. And while Suzuki has been behind the plate.
So now Moya a chance to give his team the lead. 2 balls, 1 strike. Ground ball first base side, and right there is Mauer to tag the bag for the out. Inning is over. No runs, a hit, and a man left. We go to the bottom of the 10th. Tenth inning here at Target Field in the series finale here. The winner of this game wins the series. Tigers had a lead going to the bottom of the 9th, but the Twins tied it up. Then back to the bullpen go the Tigers. It'll be Jose Valdez.
And Valdez has a big arm. His fastball gets up to 98 miles an hour. He's done well since he's been up here. It's only been a limited action, just 5 games now that he's been in. 6 1/3, 2.84 ERA.
It's going to be the top of the lineup coming up for the Minnesota Twins. It'll be Hicks, Dozier, Mauer. Tigers have an off day tomorrow. They're flying home after the ball game tonight, but it's going to be a late arrival now, or I should say early arrival in the morning. Off day tomorrow, and then KC comes to town beginning on Friday night.
The Los Angeles Angels are playing a game right now as we speak in Seattle. And they have to fly from Seattle to Minnesota tonight to play a game tomorrow night here. Ooh. They're not going to get into about 5 or 6.
Yeah, that's one of those where you get to the hotel and you put the head to pillow and the sun is rising. It just doesn't seem right.
The sun might be rising before they get here.
Here's Hicks. He'll get things started here in the 10th. Aaron Hicks is 0 for 4, reached on an error in his at bat in the 6th inning by Romine, but did not score. Valdez goes to work. And it's grounded foul. 0-1 on Hicks, who is now 4 for 14 in the series. 4 runs, 10 hits for the Tigers. The Twins have 4 runs, 6 hits. Here's a ball low, and the count goes 1-1. Now, Rod, you look back at that inning that Rondon threw in the 9th, and I just wonder how much that strike 3 call he thought he had on Sano really affected him the rest of the inning.
It may have, because that ball clearly looked like it caught some play, although he did miss with the location. But McCann did a nice job of recovering with the glove to give the home plate umpire a really good look at it. But Adam Hammery did not give Sano the call. I thought he also made a mistake on the 3-2 pitch to Trevor Plouffe, throwing him a slider in that situation after he had basically just thrown the 3-1 fastball by him at 98 miles an hour.
Plouffe would end up doubling, and that would score the run to tie the game. Drilled down the right field line, but it's going to go foul. 1-2 on Hicks. The Tigers tonight have used Albuquerque, Verhagen, Hardy, Wilson, Feliz, Rondon, and Valdez. Extra inning game is not exactly what Brad Ausmus wanted on a night where he knew he would only get 50 pitches out of Daniel Norris, who started the game.
And was outstanding. Daniel Norris.
This time he slices one to left. Yeah, it seemed like such a long time ago. Norris really was good tonight.
Threw 47 pitches. Only one blemish. That was the home run to the youngster Rosario. His fastball topped out at 96. And he threw some really good breaking balls, too.
Low. 2-2 now on Hicks. Valdez down in Toledo this year. 3.32 ERA in 42 games with the Mud Hens. Fouled it away.
Toledo's going to have somewhat of a new staff next year. Larry Parrish has retired, and Mike Moroff, who is with the team now, was AAA pitching coach. He's going to be reassigned within the organization. So there'll be a new manager and also a new pitching coach next season for the Mud Hens.
Now the 2-2 again outside. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Aaron Hicks.
Valdez, for whatever reason, used a quick pitch there. And his arm never caught up. And because the arm never caught up, that changeup or breaking ball just kind of floated outside.
Full count. And Hicks takes ball 4. Did he go? He did not.
3 of the last 4 innings. The Minnesota Twins have gotten the leadoff hitter on a base on ball.
Well, the first 2 have scored. So here is Dozier. Dozier is 0 for 4. He is hitless in the series, 0 for 11, but he does have 3 walks.
And if you're thinking bunt possibly here from Dozier, it will be his first of the year. He does not have a sac bunt this season.
Ball 1. Dozier batting with the runner at first base. Hicks the leadoff walk. Ooh, nice pick up there by McCann. The count goes 2-0.
This right here might be the hit to change the entire season for the Minnesota Twins and the Detroit Tigers. It was a Friday night. The Tigers are winning going into the 9th inning 6-1, and Minnesota came back to win the game 7-6. Minnesota was struggling at that time against Tigers and Tigers pitching, and they got it done after that.
And here, since the Dozier walk-off on July 10th, is the Tigers' record 22-37, but the run differential in that span is striking. 104. They've been outscored by 104 runs in that span.
That was right before the All-Star break, and the Tigers at that time in 10 games against Minnesota, they had beaten them 8 times. Minnesota went on to win that Friday, that Saturday, and that Sunday going into the All-Star break.
They deflated the Tigers and breathed life into the Twins season. Meanwhile, 2-0 now on Dozier.
And Dozier's a good fastball hitter, and he's a good high fastball hitter.
Swing and a miss. 2 balls, 1 strike. Ian Kroll is warming up.
And more than likely, he's getting ready for Mauer.
Mauer waiting on deck. Low, 3 balls, 1 strike. So Dozier now well ahead of the count. And Valdez will turn and throw back. Hicks back in there. Hicks let it off with a base on balls.
Hicks has swiped 11 bags this year. It's been caught 3 times.
Now Valdez with the 3-1. Swing and a miss. 3-2 on Dozier.
And Dozier left the strike zone there and swung at ball 4. And you wonder if Paul Molitor dare start the runner here. 3-2, nobody out.
Runner holds in a slow ground ball to third base, and it's a foul ball. Three and 2, the count stays on Dozier. While the Tigers and the Twins are battling here, their single A affiliates in the Midwest League are going at it for the title. Cedar Rapids Colonels and the West Michigan Whitecaps, and in game 1 of the championship series, Cedar Rapids beat West Michigan 5-0. So they are up 1 game to none. The Twins affiliate.
Best of 5.
Best of 5. Long way to go.
If you weren't with us a couple of nights ago, we told you that Joe Mauer's brother manages that team, that Cedar Rapids A-ball team, Twins affiliate.
3-2. Runner goes, and it's drilled to left field. That's going to drop, base hit. That'll put runners at first and second now with nobody out. It's a single for Dozier.
Dozier finally able to time one of those mid-90s fastballs thrown by Valdez.
It's going to be it for Valdez. They're going to want Kroll to come on to face the lefty Joe Mauer. So Valdez will face 2 batters here in the 10th. He gives up a walk and a single. Now the winning run in scoring position with nobody out as Kroll comes trotting in. Joe Mauer now getting the scouting report. Right now, we'll send you back to the Call Sam Studios. Check in with Justin White, Craig Monroe. Coming out of the bullpen to face Joe Mauer with 2 on and nobody out.
Ian Carroll, in his 28 appearances at this level, logging 22 in the third innings, has a .645 earned run average. He pitched much better than that down in the minor leagues, and they still believe that Ian Carroll could be a quality left-hander out of the bullpen. Mike Maroth, who was with the team and the pitching coach in AAA, specifically believes that Ian Carroll, if he starts to pitch with confidence at this level, can definitely be a valuable piece.
Well, here's how big this game is for the Minnesota Twins. They are trying to catch Houston for the second wild card spot. If they win here tonight, they're a half game back. Meanwhile, Mauer steps in. He is batting .280 against left-handed pitching this year.
He's had 3 at-bats this season against Carroll. Or in his career, I should say, and he is 1 for 3 against Ian.
Hicks at second, Dozier at first, nobody out. Mauer takes up and in, 1-0.
Mauer doesn't run well when he hits the ball on the ground. In these situations, it usually ends up in a double play.
Kroll is the 8th reliever used by the Tigers. Here's the 1-0. Mauer takes ball 2. He has only 1 career walk-off hit.
Got a lot of hits, though. Got a lot of hits.
Over 1,500. That was back in 2007, his only walk-off hit. 2 balls, no strikes. Low, 3-0 on Mauer. Nunez is on deck. 4-4. We're in the 10th. 2 on, nobody out. Here's the 3-0. Mauer takes strike call. 3-1.
And Tigers outfielders Rajai Davis and also Collins at center field and left field, really bunching Mauer into that left center field gap, left field line where he hits a lot of base hits.
Tigers scored 2 in the top of the 9th to go ahead. Twins tied it up in the bottom of the 9th. And another strike. 3-2 now on Mauer. Tigers outfield bunching toward left. A lot of room in center, right center. There's the winning run. That is Hicks. He led off the inning with a walk. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Mauer is down on strikes.
Mauer took the 3-1 fastball right down the middle, which was about 94 miles an hour. Then he comes back with 97. Here's the pitch sequence. He missed with the first 3. Wasn't really close on the fastball, the breaking ball, and then another breaking ball. Then a fastball, another fastball right down the middle. And I was shocked that he took that 3-1 fastball to begin with.
Well, with one gone, here is Nunez. This would have been Sano's spot, but they pinch run for him. Ground ball, first base side, foul ball. Sprawling play down there by Avila. Barely foul, 0-1.
If you're Ian Kroll, you have to pay some attention to Hicks. And I believe that's what Andrew Romine is telling him right now, that on that last pitch, Hicks looked like he was entertaining the thought of trying to steal third. So Romine went in to alert Ian of that to make sure that they at least pay a little attention to him.
This is the 4th stint with the Tigers for Ian Kroll. At a 2.3 ERA down in Toledo. Look out. That one gets into the seats, slicing off the bat of Nunez.
Oh my goodness. Man, they do need some nets.
They do, I'm telling you. I mean, it's you have no chance.
Man, they need some nets to go all the way down over the dugouts. Goodness gracious.
No balls, 2 strikes. Hicks led off with a walk, a single by Dozier. Now Kroll will step off. Here's the 0-2. Bouncing ball slowly towards second. Kinsler has one play, and that's to first base. That'll advance the runners. Second and third down with 2 outs. And now Shane Robinson. So Kroll trying to get the Tigers out of this jam, 1 out away from doing so. Plouffe is out of the game. Robinson in his spot. Driven toward left center field. Ball is hit well. Davis on the run. Gets there to the warning track. And that will end the inning. So the Twins threaten but do not score. Rajay cruising over. And we go to the 11th. Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. The Tigers and the Twins knotted up at 4 runs apiece. As we go to the top of the 11th, we check in with John Keating.
Well, at the beginning of the year, Mario, we took a peek at the Tigers' schedule, and we saw this last homestand of the year upcoming against the Royals and the White Sox and the Twins, and we thought this will determine who wins the Central Division title. Of course, things didn't turn out that well, certainly for the Tigers. It might have something to do with how Kansas City does, or sets them up for the playoffs, and perhaps sets up the Twins for a wild card spot. But it's the last homestand of the year, your last chance to see baseball in Detroit. We hope to see you at Comerica Park starting Friday at the corner of Montcalm and Woodward, guys.
All right, Keats, thanks. In the meantime, we go to the 11th here. It'll be Tyler Collins to lead things off against Neil Kotz. And Collins swings on the first and fouls it back, 0-1.
And Collins 2 for 4 on the day. And this season with the Twinkies, Kotz in 9 games, 8 1/3 innings, 5.50 ERA. Acquired from Milwaukee on the 21st of August.
Missed outside, 1 ball, 1 strike on Tyler. Collins doubled in 2. Way back in the first inning, the Tigers did not score again until they got a couple of runs in the 9th. That'll get back out of play. 1-2 on Collins. Tyler's average now up to 275. Here's the 1-2. Outside, stayed away from him. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Collins. Eight relievers for the Tigers, 9 total pitchers in this game tonight. That ball's hit well to right center field, and Buxton is on the move, 1 gone.
Only one other game going on in baseball here tonight. That's the game in San Francisco. And they're in the 8th. Cincinnati and San Francisco. And us and the Twinkies.
Yep. It's interesting when you catch up to the West Coast games. Marte had a 2-run single to give the Tigers the lead in the 9th, and he skies this one in the air to center. Buxton will have another play.
One of the things that you cannot continue to do is you can't get greedy in extra innings. You have to keep playing the game, try to hit some line drives, bunt for a base hit, do whatever you can do to get some base runners. But I don't know why it's this way. So many guys try to hit homers when they get into extra innings.
2 up, 2 down for McCann, who struck out in the 9th. And James 0 for 4 in this game. Ball high. And it's in there for a strike, and the count goes 1-1 on McCann. Tigers had 10 hits in this game. They've stranded 6. The Twins have left 7 men on base. Now Kotz with the 1-1. 1 ball, 2 strikes on McCann. Avila would be next. Half swing, fouled it back. Well, the Tigers have used 9 pitchers tonight. The Twins have used 5. He popped him up shallow right field, and McCann will be the third out. 1, 2, 3 go the Tigers. We go to the bottom of the 11th.
Summary, Tigers are trailing by a couple of runs in the 1 run, in the 9th inning, and Marte singled to drive in 2. So the Tigers took the lead. Rondon came into the 9th. He blew a save. Plouffe doubled. He drove in 1, and then they had an opportunity to win the game, but Romine threw a runner out at home plate, and that's where we sit right now. 4 for them and 4 for us.
We had a 54-minute rain delay prior to the first pitch tonight. Daniel Norris was awfully good, and we talked about that 9th inning. Rondon a blown save. The Tigers had scored 2 in the top of the 9th. Ian Kroll goes back to work, and he faces Byron Buxton. Buxton came on and had a sacrifice in the 9th inning. Batting .202 this year. Foul tip in the count quickly. 0-2 on Buxton. Kenny Vargas has slid to the on-deck circle now. High fly ball, right center field. Rajay cruising over. And 1 out. Buxton is gone.
And last 4 outs in this contest. Lazy flyouts to the outfield.
It's going to bring up Kenny Vargas. Out to the mound to have a chat with the left-hander Kroll. The Tigers in the bullpen still have Gorsalani. Farrell, he is not thrown tonight. Vargas looks at a ball outside. 1-0.
Ian Kroll has a pretty good fastball here tonight. He threw 1 at 97 to Mauer to get a strikeout of Joe, but most of his fastballs have been 94 to 96. His 4-seam fastball.
That at bat that Mauer had in the 10th inning was huge in that frame because there were 2 on, nobody out, and he'd fallen behind 3-0 on Mauer.
And that might be an inning as well that they look back at the end of this thing if they don't get in, as A lost cause. Runners on first and second, nobody out.
Mauer went to 3-0, took a 3-0 fastball, 3-1, and then he struck out and ended up striking out swinging. Took a couple of strikes actually to go 3-2, and then Kroll reached back and struck him out. It's been a game of back and forth late in this one. Marcus takes strike 3, got him looking.
Location, location, location. It works up here too. Good fastball.
So with 2 outs, there's Kurt Suzuki. Ball 1-2 Suzuki. Herman started the game behind the plate. He was lifted for a pinch hitter, and Suzuki came on. He is 0 for 1 in this game. Two balls, no strikes. Popped him up. Let's see if it gets back to the seats. And McCann will get there right in front of the dugout. It's going to be a 1-2-3 inning for Ian Kroll. He's done nice work since coming out of the 10th.
Yeah, you are.
Top 12 in a 4-4 ball game, still trying to decide the final game in this series. And the Twins have gone right back to the bullpen. Brian Dunsing, the left-hander, comes in.
52nd game for Brian Dunsing out of the Twins bullpen this year. 6 holds, 4.07 ERA. 21 strikeouts and also 21 base on balls. He's not a hard thrower. Doesn't strike out many.
It'll be Avila to start things off. Avila, then Romine, and then Rajay Davis. Kotz pitched a 1-2-3 11th, and now Dunsing, the lefty. And Avila looks at strike 1. Been on base twice in this game, single and a walk. Swing and a miss. 0-2 on Avila. Jepson blew the save for them in the 9th inning. Boyer came on, then Kotz in the 11th. Now Dunsing here in the 12th. And he got him, strike 3. Caught him looking. Avila is the first out.
Yeah, slow looping breaking ball there at 73 miles an hour thrown by Dunsing. Disrupted the timing of Avila. Avila couldn't pull the trigger.
Here's Andrew Romine. Romine slicing one to right field. That's a base hit. Go ahead run is aboard. 1 out single.
It's the 3rd single of the evening for Andrew Romine. Played a good game last night too.
I'm bringing Rajai Davis. Rajai bounced out. Runner goes, and there's going to be no throw. Suzuki is getting in there safely, standing up as Romine.
Romine went on first movement. If Dunsing throws that ball over to first base, there's no doubt he gets picked off. So Romine just decided on first movement. Any part of his body that he moved, he was going to go, and he was able to steal the base.
So the go-ahead run now at second. Here's the 1-0 to Davis. High pop-up. Left side of the infield. The shortstop Escobar is under it. A lot of balls hit in the air here late. That one didn't leave the infield. 2 gone. Romine holds at second. That's going to give Kinsler a shot. Ian's only hit came in his last at bat, a single in the 10th. He stole second base. They couldn't get him in, though. Now trying to deliver a 2-out hit in the 12th to put his team ahead. Kinsler shoots one to center field. That's going to be a base hit. Buxton over to cut it off, and Romine will score to give the Tigers the lead with 2 outs.
4 of the last 5 outs the Tigers have made here in extra innings have been lazy flyouts and 1 pop-up in the infield. But Ian Kinsler made a conscious effort of staying on top of the baseball and whistled that ball in the right center field for a solid knock and an RBI. It's a pretty swing by Ian Kinsler. It's a changeup down, and man, is that a good swing.
Another multi-hit game for Kinsler, his league-high 56th. Romine scoring with ease, and now the Tigers back on top 5-4. Here's J.D. Martinez. Fouled back 0-1.
A couple of good plate appearances by Romine and Kinsler, both guys taking the left-hander Dunsing the opposite way.
So we'll keep an eye on Kinsler, who again stole a bag back in the 10th. Was his 9th of the year. No balls, 1 strike on J.D. Martinez. A single, his only hit tonight, came way back in the 1st when the Tigers took a 2-0 lead and didn't score then again until the 9th. Little high. 1 ball, 1 strike.
This has only been, what, a 7-day road trip, man, but it feels like we've been on the road for 2 weeks.
Started in Cleveland. Of course, we had the 2 rain delays there in Cleveland.
And a couple rainouts, too.
And the rain delay here tonight of 54 minutes.
Then the doubleheader on Sunday.
1 ball, 2 strikes. That'll add some length to the road trip. At least it makes it seem longer. Now Dunsing trying to get the final out here in the 12th inning. That single by Kinsler, the 12th Tigers hit of the night. They've out hit them 12-7. Now Suzuki out to the mound to have a chat with Dunsing. Michael Tonkin warming up in their bullpen. One and two. Drill deep to left field. That ball is hit well, and that ball is going to go. It is out of here. A home run for J.D. Martinez and some insurance for the Tigers in the 12th.
Home run number 37 for J.D. Martinez. And man, was that a loud sound. 7th inning or later, and he has just hit a ton of home runs in the 2 years that he has been in a Tigers uniform. That's a breaking ball. And Dunsing, as soon as he hit it, he knew it was gone.
37th home run of the year for Martinez. And 96 RBIs now. 7-4. Tigers lead with a 3-run 12th. Moya swings and misses. 2 clutch 2-out hits, 1 for Kinsler and 1 for JD. And he's chasing Colavito. Most home runs by a Tigers outfielder, 45 for Colavito. Swing and a miss. That last one went 390 feet. That time Moya would not chase. Steven tonight is 0 for 1, grounding out in the 10th inning. And he got him, strike 3. Inning over, however, the Tigers scored 3 big ones. RBI single by Kinsler, and then JD capped it off with a 2-run shot.
How many chances do you have tonight?
Capping a 3-run inning with a 2-run homer, his 37th of the year. The Tigers now need 3 outs to win 2 out of 3 in this series, and Ian Kroll is going to go back out there for his 3rd inning.
Ian Kroll has done some really nice work. The ball is coming out of his hand better here tonight than I've seen it come out of his hand all year long.
First one home is a strike called on Eduardo Escobar.
Just about every fastball's been 94 to 96. He's thrown some cutters from 89 to 91. He's had a good breaking ball as well.
A little high, 1 ball, 1 strike. Escobar, Hicks, and Dozier. 9-1-2 for the Twins. Swing and a miss. Escobar actually just got a little piece of that one. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Well, hopefully Minnesota's got no more fight in them here in the bottom half of the 12th inning, and they go quietly.
They tied this one up in the bottom of the 9th. Leadoff walk, RBI double by Plouffe.
Man, they had a couple of golden opportunities to win this game tonight in extra innings.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Yeah, they had an opportunity to win it in the 10th. They had an opportunity to win it when they had 2 on, nobody out. The 9th and 10th. And then the big strikeout of Mauer in that 10th inning. Here's the 2-2 pitch. And it's high. 3 balls and 2 strikes. No walks here. Drilled to left field on a line. Collins gets over there. Ball was hit hard right at it. 1 gone. Kroll has faced 7 batters. He's retired all 7. Aaron Hicks 0 for 4 with a walk. Strike 1 on Hicks. Tigers trying to win their 67th of the year. This would be a big loss for Minnesota. It would be their 70th of the season. Of course, they had a chance to gain a game on Houston for that 2nd wild card spot. And if they fail to come back here, they'll remain a game and a half back. Houston was hammered tonight by Texas 14-3.
Prince Fielder had a couple of home runs tonight. Had 5 RBIs. In the series so far, Prince with 3 homers, 8 runs scored, and 8 ribbies against the Houston Astros.
Texas' biggest series of the year as they moved into first place in the West. Two balls, 1 strike. Now 3-1 the count. And he walked him. 1 out, base on balls. The 2nd walk of the night for Hicks. He's going to bring up Dozier. That home run has turned out to be big for Martinez, giving the Tigers some breathing room here. Kroll has thrown 30 pitches out of the bullpen tonight. Dozier had a single in the 10th. His only hit, in fact, his only hit of the series. He He was 0 for 11 in the series before that single. In there for a strike, 0-1. Swing and a miss.
Now, come on. Come on, Joe. Here we go.
No balls, 2 strikes on Dozier. McCann flashing the signs. Here's the 0-2 coming home. Good block there by James. 1 ball, 2 strikes. A long night for both catchers. Well, actually for McCann, because Herman started for the Twins and then Suzuki came on.
And James is going to really enjoy his day off tomorrow, as is the entire traveling party.
Here's the 1-2. The other game going on right now is in San Francisco, and they're going to the 9th inning.
Yeah, that one's about over.
There's Bauer on deck. Outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Dozier sends a ground ball foul to third base. 2-2, the count stays. Here's some action in the Tigers bullpen. At least Farrell has been throwing in the bullpen, just in case he is needed here in the 12th inning. Tigers grab the lead on an RBI single by Kinsler with 2 outs, then a 2-run shot by J.D. Martinez. High, and now the count has gone to 3-2. Dozier working this at bat. Ground ball left side. Romine to second. There's one. Relay is in time. A double play to finally put a bow on this one. 6-4-3 ends this ball game, and the Tigers will win it in 12, 7-4.
Outstanding job by Ian Kroll here this evening, pitching 3 scoreless innings. Well, just like we promised you earlier in the game, it's Miller time, and it is brought to you by Miller Lite. J.D. Martinez, his 37th home run of the year came last half inning, and the Tigers needed the insurance runs. What a loud sound off the bat of J.D. Martinez, and we always talk about the fact that he's been so clutch since putting on the Tigers uniform, 7th inning or later. He's in a ton of home runs since putting